Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to be your astrologer this month, and this is going to be the horoscopes for November 2025 for the 12 rising signs. Thank you guys so much for being here. As a reminder, I'm a Western astrologer. That is the kind of astrology that I practice. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I use tropical astrology. I recommend listening to your rising first and then followed by your sun and your moon signs. And obviously I'm Candice with Beyond the Veil, so we'll get right into it. And I have to share a little bit of like a shameless plug with you guys. November is my birthday month. I'm super excited to be announcing that I'm going to be putting out my very first tarot deck. It's titled The Sword and the Rose Tarot. It'll be coming November 2025. You guys can find information about that in November soon at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Now, I do recommend heading over there, and when you go to my homepage, sign up for my newsletter. I'm not going to spam you, but if you sign up for my newsletter, you're going to be the first to be, I guess, alerted as to when this deck becomes available. We're going to be doing a very limited print of about 100 decks, and once they're gone, they're gone. Trying to get it out before the holidays. And also we're going to be doing all kinds of Black Friday specials. I will have 2026 printed and digital calendars out for you guys, which are beautiful. Each month is going to come with a tarot card reading for each individual sign. It's got a QR code you can scan and you get your reading, along with all kinds of herbal, crystal, and ritual recommendations for the month. And it's going to give you the most important new moons, full moons, retrogrades, eclipses, the whole 9 yards. So if you guys have seen those in recent years, that will be coming soon. We do specials on some of my sessions. We also do specials on some of my courses. So you guys don't want to miss it. Please sign up for my newsletter. And I'm very excited to be sharing my deck with you guys today. I will actually be pulling tarot from my deck. So you guys will get a little bit of a sneak peek. All right, well, November, to be honest with you guys, in a nutshell, is a lot. You know that I will go through and I kind of cherry pick the transits that I find are the most important. And the truth is that November is a combination of just a lot of things that need to be covered. I couldn't skip over some stuff. Simultaneously, we have a lot of retrograde action going on in November. So some of you guys might feel like you're having deja vu. You're like, wait a second, why is this coming back up? Why am I having to go back and complete something? Or I thought I've dealt with this before. Essentially, the transits that I'm going to be going through for each and every one of the 12 rising signs are going to be on this list next to me. And you guys can find all of the dates for these transits in the description below. So click the description. You'll see all of them. You can copy them. I will be going through the rising sign, talking about where this is taking place, each individual transit, and how it's impacting you. So please pay attention to that. But November 2025, it unfolds as more of like a profound invitation for introspection. It's very spiritual. There's lots of opportunities for renewal. We're going to be blending lots of Scorpio's intense depths with a kind of ingress into Sagittarius season. So things will get a little bit more fiery and feisty and a lot more optimistic. Now, the collective energy is really going to kind of feel like it's a bit of a sacred retreat. It's really urging us to confront some of our shadows, releasing outdated patterns, and realigning with our soul's truth. Now, we're going to see multiple retrogrades this month, and that's what's dominating the month, really emphasizing review over action, while we see some supportive water trines that are going to be taking place, providing intuitive flow, nurturing, obviously fostering empathy and emotional resilience, as well as transformation. That is going to be the key. Now, the month begins with Mars entering Sagittarius on November the 4th. This is sparking lots of adventure. We're going to feel like we have more drive, but I am cautioning you guys against impulsiveness. This is a sign that deals with higher education, travel, airlines, anything revolving around legal matters. And we're going to see Mars conjunct Mercury again, so we have to still watch our mouth and our actions. We might be regretting or reviewing some of the decisions that we make. Now, we will see a full moon in Taurus that will be on November 5th. Very grounding, obviously, and it's all about values and security. And full moons are conclusions or completions. So we're going to be releasing what no longer kind of nourishes us. Now, Venus will then ingress into Scorpio on November the 6th, and this is really deepening intimacy as well as self-worth. However, on the very next day, on November the 7th, we're going to see Venus in Scorpio coming into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. So this is definitely, on one hand, a spiritual call, I think, to feel empowered rather than feeling dominated or controlled. So there can be some intensity revolving around relationships and money and intimacy stuff that's coming up. Then we're going to see Uranus retrograding back into the sign of Taurus on November 7th. It's here for a number of months, kind of completing its cycle through this sign that deals with pleasure, money, and values. Likely, this is going to create some big shakeups in November when it comes to stability and also the financial system. It'll be sparking lots of innovative insights when it comes to our personal values as well as finances. And then we will see on November the 9th, Mercury turn retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius. So by the time you guys are watching this, we're already in the Mercury shadow. So a lot of the themes of Mercury conjunct Mars, Mercury, trining Jupiter, and also Saturn and Neptune, we're going to see that kind of resurface again throughout the month. So it's positive in a sense of going back and creating better commitments, timelines, doing some spiritual kind of work and studies. However, Mercury retrograde is a pain in the butt. And this one's going to be quite wonky because it doesn't do well in Sagittarius. It will oppose Uranus. We are going to see it retrograde back to Scorpio. So on one hand, we're reviewing our beliefs and communication. But on the other hand, it's definitely very feisty and it can be very combative because we are going to see it come into conjunction through its retrograde with Mars and Sagittarius on November the 12th. So you're going to want to think back to what was kind of happening, more or less the second half of October when Mercury and Mars first came into conjunction in Scorpio. We're going to see similar themes. So that conjunction with Mercury and Mars is on the 12th. I'm anticipating it's going to ignite a lot of conflict. We're going to see some debates. But it does offer, major revelations, I think, for readjusting the way that we travel, communicate, and also learn. Now, Jupiter will also station retrograde, and this will be taking place on November 11th in the sign of Cancer. This is going to make Jupiter a lot more introspective when it comes to emotional growth, as well as reevaluating the past, our emotions, our family, and our living situation, as well as security. Thankfully, when it turns retrograde, it's really harmonizing with a trine to Saturn in Pisces. So this is obviously a very watery aspect. We're going to see that this is really building towards compassionate kind of structure, as well as intuitive wisdom. Now, Mercury will return back to the sign of Scorpio. It has to go from Sag back into Scorpio, so it's going to be going through 2 houses. This essentially means we have to go back into kind of Scorpio's den to figure out the secrets, to uncover stuff, to heal things, to do research, dig deep, and it will return to Scorpio on November 18th. I anticipate that this is a lot about, like diving deep into secrets. That's what Scorpio is known for. We will see the very next day that Mercury in Scorpio will come into an opposition with Uranus in Taurus, bringing up major shakeups, unexpected news, and obviously some epiphanies when it comes to our safety and security. Now, we will see the new moon in Scorpio that is really seeding, rebirth, transformation, and there's a whole ton of planets that are going to be in Scorpio when this is happening. So it's very kind of dark delicacies, in my opinion. But it is perfect for shadow work. So, that is going to be a time where you're going to have to look at where Scorpio is in your chart and you're setting new intentions around healing something or transforming something or some kind of renewal. It's intense. A Scorpio new moon is always intense, so be prepared for that. The Sun will make its superior conjunction to Mercury. This is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. This will be the Mercury Cazimi, taking place on November 20th, and likely this is going to be bringing up, for many of us, subconscious clarity. Now, it's still in opposition to Uranus, though, on the 21st. Mercury is opposing Uranus, so we're going to see lots of disruption when it comes to self-security, chaos of finances, changes with the markets. So that is a kind of day to be mindful of communication and financial transactions. Then we're going to see the Sun enter Sagittarius later that day on November 21st, and this is really pushing us all towards, for the next, solar month, really focusing on, anything that's going to be lifting our spirits. It's about expansion, it's about travel, our philosophy about life. And I think that this is definitely a time where, we're going to be focusing on the bigger meaning of things. Sure, Mercury still has to go through its retrograde and come back into this sign. But as you guys are going to see, we get into November and then December. There's a lot of things shifting, revolving around like world relations and also anything involving travel or legal matters or education. Now, we're going to see Mercury coming into conjunction with Venus in Scorpio. So Mercury is still retrograde at this point. It'll conjunct Venus on November 24th. I think this is good for like sweetening relational kind of reviews. This can be about, good news involving money or relationships or things coming back to us. It's definitely a time where some of us may be reviewing or reconnecting to exes or reassessing, whether or not we've really healed from past relational matters. We're going to see on the 27th of November, Saturn will station direct in Pisces. And now we feel like we have finally worked through some of the more internal kind of limitations and blocks, or maybe we feel like we've been kind of up against these walls that have been kind of keeping us separate from others. Saturn going direct is great because it means that now we can finally advance our spiritual boundaries. Now, Mercury will turn direct on November 29th. So from the 9th of November to the 29th, Mercury is retrograde. We're still dealing with the shadow until mid-December. But likely with Mercury going direct, this is going to really help us resolve some of the miscommunication, misunderstandings, slowdowns, contractual issues, travel issues around that day. And I think that we're going to be able to resolve things if we can offer some sort of truth. Now we will see Venus and Scorpio oppose Uranus and Taurus that same day. So I'm anticipating that many of us are going to have some surprising connections and some topsy-turvy things that are changing with relationships. And then Venus will enter Sagittarius on November 30th, closing, I think, out the Scorpio chapter, making us a little bit more optimistic and kind of hopeful when it comes to love. So this month's depth really stems from the retrogrades, Mercury retrograde, Jupiter retrograde, Uranus retrograde, and finally Saturn is ending his own. And Saturn and Jupiter are going to be in a trine, and this is the only time we are going to see this again until 2026 when Jupiter enters into Leo and it trines Saturn in Aries. Jupiter wants expansion, optimism, and obviously Saturn wants, maturity and commitment. So we can kind of really taper some of our goals, be really cautious and careful with timelines and anything revolving around long-term commitments. I do think that this is also really slowing some things down with the retrogrades because it's really about healing unfinished lessons. So as we go through, some of the planets in Scorpio, this is about probing some of those deep psychological issues and like purging it and bringing it up so it can be cleared. Water trines like the Jupiter-Saturn offer grace. It really reminds us that vulnerability can fuel strength. It's also about spirituality and embracing discomfort as an initiation into something new. So meditate this month, trust the flow, listen to your intuition. Know that we're going to emerge, I think, in December very much transformed, and that the universe is really kind of guiding a lot of the evolution that's going on this month. All right, so you guys have the list of everything that I'm going through. Stay tuned. I'm likely going to be doing a November general kind of overall, but I like to get you guys these early so you can kind of plan what's coming for the month ahead. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the 12 rising signs. What's up, Aries and Aries risings? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you about the month ahead. Now, this month, obviously, we're taking a look at Mars. Mars is the planet that rules your chart as an Aries rising. Mars is going to be beginning the month in the sign of Scorpio, but it will ingress into Sagittarius. So you are going to see it start in your 8th house of intimacy, shared resources, transformation, and then it's going to make its way into your 9th house. So November kicks off with intensifying emotional or financial bonds. It is about kind of reevaluating power struggles in money. And then on November the 4th, it's going to move into your 9th house of travel. And this is also about philosophy, expansion. And I think that this is really going to be boosting for a lot of you guys adventurous energy, but it can potentially be causing a sense of like overconfidence. Mars is not retrograde, but it will form a conjunction again with Mercury retrograde. This time it's going to be happening in Sagittarius in your 9th house. So you're going to want to watch for that. There could be lots of heated debates. It's important to remain active, throughout this period and kind of practice active listening. There can be some travel mishaps, having to travel suddenly, changing travel plans, unexpected travel changes, everything involving the ninth house. So it could be about education, it could be about legal matters, and anything revolving around your beliefs shifting. So since Mercury is going to conjunct Mars, you got to keep an eye on balancing work and scheduling, health, and also traveling, and anything revolving around some changes that can kind of happen regarding how you see the world. Now we will see on the beginning of the month, the first transit is going to be Mars's ingress into Sagittarius in your ninth. So what this will do for many of you guys over the next 6 weeks is this is going to be sparking a lot more enthusiasm for learning as well as journeys. The positive is that it's going to make you feel motivated and bold and wanting to explore or learn. However, you can find that there is some impulsiveness that kind of leads to scattered efforts, especially if you're trying to organize travel or legal matters or planning a trip. I would say just plan trips with flexibility and know that with a Mercury retrograde here, there is going to be some kind of like plot twist or change. Now we will see then on November the 5th, there's going to be a full moon taking place in Taurus in your natal second house. So you'll have to go back to the spring of 2025, look at the new moon that happened in Taurus, think about what seeds of intention you're planting revolving around money, self-esteem, finances, all that stuff. And this full moon is really highlighting finances and values here. So there is some kind of culmination and realizations revolving around security or self-esteem. There could be big money themes coming up where there's a big payment coming in or there's a big purchase being made. And obviously, at the time, Venus is going to be in like a kind of tricky situation. So it can mean that there is a lot of like relationship themes involved in investing in money, traveling, security, gifts. Those could be some of the themes that you're kind of dealing with. So there is potential for windfalls that can happen here. I think just watch for being stubborn revolving around attachments to possessions. And this is really about reassessing what truly holds value for you. Now then you're going to see on November the 6th, there will be Venus ingress into Scorpio. So Venus will leave Libra in your 7th house. It's going to go into the sexy, dark, passionate sign of Scorpio. This moving into your 8th house is really going to be bringing up themes where you're deepening your attractions in intimate or joint financial matters. It can be very passionate when it comes to relationships, sex, and romance. It can also be bringing up some jealousy that can be resurfacing throughout the next couple of weeks. So watch for that. I think this is about building trust through honest sharing that you have with other people. Then on November 7th, you're going to see that Uranus is going to retrograde back into Taurus. So it's going to be spending several months kind of wrapping up its tour in your second house, where likely you have been seeing throughout the last like 7 years or so. There's been a lot of unexpected shifts in income, changes revolving around your self-worth during the retrograde. I think it's great for being innovative with money ideas. I think that it's challenging because we can see some financial volatility this month with Venus in opposition to Uranus, with the Sun in opposition to Uranus, to Mercury in opposition with Uranus. So there's definitely going to be, some need to be flexible and be communicating with what you need for financial security matters with other people. And this is really, I think, about diversifying your savings. Now we have got on the 7th of November, we're going to see that Venus in Scorpio in your 8th house is going to come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius. This is a challenging transit, even though it's quick moving. This will intensify some kind of power dynamics in friendships or groups, and this is really going to be affecting shared resources. I think the positive is that it'll help you transform your alliances and who or what you're investing time into or who you feel like has your back. The challenge is that there can be control issues that can come up and things that can feel like betrayals. So you want to avoid any manipulative tactics, be mindful of where that's kind of going on in friendships or intimate relationships. Then on the 9th of the month, you're going to see Mercury begin its retrograde taking place in your natal 9th house. And so it will be coming into conjunction with Mars within those several days to follow. So it's going to be really significant for you guys. A retrograde here is really prompting you to rethink travel, okay? So if you guys are trying to book travel for November and December, I really highly recommend getting trip insurance, being flexible with your dates, Get there with extra time, to the airport. Make sure you have baggage tags on things. Don't forget your documents or anything revolving around your, reservations. Double and triple check all of that stuff. And this means that this is also a time to rethink education, your opinions, legal matters. And this is a good time to revise flawed plans. And also we'll see some delays or some miscommunication. So double check all those bookings. Try, if you guys can, to book. If you have to travel anytime in November or December, ideally you're booking this before we get to the beginning of November. You don't want to wait too late. Otherwise you might be like, oh my gosh, I can't get a flight, or it's going to be really expensive. Then you're going to see on the 11th of November, Jupiter will station retrograde in Cancer. So it's actually going to start its retrograde in your 4th house, and it'll be retrograde for several months. This is positive because I think it's giving you the opportunity to really turn your focus inward when it comes to your home and family growth. This is obviously supported by, the trines to Saturn and Pisces. So there is a sense of stable, subconscious or spiritual or emotional work. Maybe you're reflecting on your past, your home family, maybe you're healing family karmic issues. And maybe you're focusing on like cleaning out closets or cleaning out basements or things that can kind of be like hidden to feel a little bit more comfortable at home. Jupiter is also the ruler, the dispositor of planets in your 9th house. So it makes me feel like you're reassessing whether or not you want to travel for the holidays. You might be like, actually, I want to stay home, or I want to do something a little bit more low key. I do think that this trine, for the most part, is going to help you build, emotional wisdom and stronger foundations, but you're going to slow your expansion when it comes to your home and your family stuff. So you really want to reflect on what home projects you have. Also, there's a lot of reflecting on family patterns. On November the 12th, you're going to see Mercury retrograde come into conjunction with Mars. So I want you to take out your red marker, circle that day. November 12th is a day to really pay attention. This is about merging thoughts, Mercury, with actions, obviously Mars, when it comes to beliefs. It can bring up some arguments, particularly regarding 9th house people. So teachers, legal matters, arguments with somebody at the airport, issues with in-laws, like all those things can kind of come up. So it's positive for dynamic ideas, but we can have very rash words, or we can kind of like, stress plan something. And I would really just say pause before you book anything that's travel or education related. Pause before speaking. Try to keep an open mind. Then on the 18th, Mercury is going to retrograde back into Scorpio. So it's going to come back into your 8th house. It's going to go through the same territory that it's been in since October. And this is why I'm telling you, the 8th house deals with insurance. So if you guys are going through like trying to get a trip reimbursed, you might be having to kind of fight a claim, or trying to kind of show that you have, reason to be like, hey, I'm not going to be able to make it. I've got something going on. Or, hey, can I get an emergency, flight somewhere? I've got something going on with a family member. And it's going to be about kind of conflicts or power struggles over other people's money or resources. So my thought here is that you want to review all documents, anything revolving around scheduling or communications. There can be secrets that can come up, family secrets and things about money. We can also see that there can be, issues where we're uncovering hidden truths, and it can be really intense. Watch for paranoid thoughts. I think that can come up, or we can be a little bit jealous or suspicious. And this is a really good time to be kind of like journaling and like reflecting on doing your shadow work. Then on the 19th, you will see Mercury back in Scorpio in your 8th house, coming into an opposition with Uranus and Taurus in your 2nd. And to me, this seems like there is going to be lots of stuff coming up where there is sudden revelations in finances or intimacy. So shocking news, shocking surprises, shocking expense-related things. It can be positive for breakthrough insights when it comes to what you truly want and value, but I feel like some of the surprises can feel a little disruptive, and it can be some difficult communication about financial matters, and it's just really important to stay grounded during that transit. Now on the 19th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Scorpio in the 8th house, where Venus is, where Mars has been, where Mercury's retrograding back to. So it's really saying, all right, Aries, it's time to initiate a fresh start when it comes to transformation, when it comes to intimacy, debt, anything revolving around shared money. And this is about, providing you with an opportunity for like healing. The cons is that this is very intense. Like the moon doesn't do well in Scorpio. So when it's in Scorpio, it's going to feel very overwhelming. And we want to set intentions revolving around self-empowerment and like embracing change. Then on the 20th, you will see the Mercury cazimi, where the Sun and Mercury are in conjunction in the 8th house. Now, this is illuminating, really what you've been rethinking or reworking. So this is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde, and it's going to really show you lots of psychological changes that is going to be positively impacting your health or your routines. It can also show you where you're confronting some of these like hidden issues that are kind of causing problems for you when it comes to your health and your habits. Scorpio is associated with like the bowels and the reproductive organs, anything kind of connecting to digestion, obviously through the cazimi with the 6th house. I feel like a lot of you guys might feel like a lot of your habits are stemmed to psychological things that you're trying to kind of clear out. And the cazimi is actually considered to be really positive. So I think for a lot of you guys, this is going to materialize as having a situation where you're going to have some major changes in values, and it can be bringing clarity to what's been hanging out in your subconscious. Just watch for overanalysis, and you really want to meditate, for focus and to kind of get clarity. Now, on the 21st of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Scorpio oppose Uranus. A lot of the same themes, right? Oppositions in the 2nd and the 8th house. The 2nd house is what you own or possess. The 8th house is your partner's money, your inheritances, your taxes, debt, credit stuff. So what this is going to be bringing up is unexpected changes in values that can be really impacting your intimacy. So the positive is that there can definitely be liberation from outdated bonds or where you feel like there's been some kind of karmic entanglement. The cons is that it can provide some anything goes type of days, especially when it comes to instability around finances. Fixed signs don't like change. And so to me, it looks like your goals are shifting, revolving around money and resources, and you're trying to find a way to kind of better relay that to another person. Then we will see on the 21st of the month, the Sun will enter into Sagittarius. It's going to be in a fellow sister fire sign. Mars and the Sun will be in this house. So it is likely that some Aries and Aries risings are going to be doing some traveling over the next 6 weeks. I think it's a much lighter energy for you. The energy becomes much more optimistic and adventurous. This is about reviewing purpose. Yes, you can feel a little restless and that you're feeling like wanderlust. And I think that this is just about exploring in general. And the Sun is connected to creative hobbies, projects, children, anything revolving around romantic partners and joys. So I could see some of you guys planning a holiday, a trip, something involving your children or education can definitely be coming up. Then we'll see on the 24th of the month, Mercury will come into conjunction through its retrograde with Venus. So that'll be happening in your 8th house. And yes, this does sweeten intimate or romantic talks where there's been some, tumultuousness going on in intimacy or financial matters. Now they can kind of get cleared up. However, this is definitely a time where, past jealousies can resurface. It can be a time where you can be a little paranoid about things that partners are saying, or you're kind of reading into things. This can also be a time where you're smoothing over any financial issues and you're finally getting what's owed to you because Venus is connected to your money. Then we're going to see on the 27th of the month, this is when Saturn stations direct. So he'll be going direct in Pisces, and now you only have a few short months until Saturn is going to be coming back to your sign Aries, and that'll be taking place at the beginning of 2026. So this is your cocoon phase, like having Saturn here, likely there's going to be some realizations that might be spiritual. It might be about some prominent dreams. Saturn is about your goals. It's also about your career. So you might be kind of realizing that there's one phase of your identity or your career that's coming to an end, and like something new is likely going to be emerging in the new year. I've heard from a lot of you guys that there's been a lot of like agitation revolving around what's been going on with like work and bosses, and that makes sense. It may get easier when Saturn stations direct. Just know that this is really about advancing your spiritual discipline and, getting closure on how much you're isolating yourself. And you have to watch for limiting limitations, and it's all about releasing old fears. Then on the 29th of the month, Mercury is going to go direct in Scorpio. So the Mercury retrograde is over. This means that where there's been some intimacy, communication, financial issues, things start to kind of clear up. There is forward momentum, and there may be major kind of final Scorpio stings that are kind of going on, revolving around what you need to get organized or what you need to communicate when it comes to your finances or vulnerability. So watch for that. Then we will see on the 29th of November, there is going to be Venus in opposition to Uranus in Taurus. So we're still seeing some static between, your second and your eighth house. So this is maybe surprises that happens in relationships or finances. It can be exciting new changes. It could mean that there is financing that comes in, or your partner gets an inheritance, or there is a big bonus at work, or maybe you finally, finalize like a settlement. And the opposition to Uranus in your second house really means that there is definitely going to be some change. Really, you just want to watch for where you need to be detached from certain things emotionally or financially. And this is about kind of adapting to what's changing financially and trying to do it without resistance. Now, Venus will then ingress into Sagittarius on November 30th. It'll leave Scorpio and go into your ninth house, lightening things up. So having now Venus, Mars, and the Sun there is getting better for travel at the end of November, beginning of December for you guys. I do think that this is great for, really feeling more expansive in your romantic relationships and connections. So there could be fun adventures. Maybe you might feel like commitment wavers a little bit in Sagittarius. This is really just about enjoying yourself without feeling like you have to overpromise something. Now, your most challenging days this month, you're going to see on the 7th, you got to watch for power struggles. On the 19th, there can be some challenges and opposition for you. And then on the 29th, watch for surprises. But your best days, I think, are going to be on the 4th of November, where there is some positive energetic shifts. On the 11th, where there is going to be lots of support to your growth. And on the 20th, where there is some insightful information that's going to help you get into better alignment. The month of November really emphasizes transformation for you guys and exploration. There is definitely pros like deepened insights and obviously some adventurous boosts, which is going to be outweighing, I think, some of the cons of some of the retrogrades and stuff in your eighth. And that will be some disruptions regarding finances and communications. So try to really focus on adaptability. This turns challenges into obviously growth and opportunities for the month ahead. All right, guys. Well, let's see what the tarot has to say for my Aries and my Aries risings this month. What is the message? What do they need to be aware of? All's well that ends well. You get the Ace of Coins. Very impressive. Considering some of the retrogrades that are happening in your eighth house, it almost feels like it's going to be like a back and forth and you're losing something or someone and you're like, what do I do? And how does this work? And is it beneficial for me? And it's like, yes, it is. There is going to be wealth and there's going to be abundance coming your way soon. This is quickly within the month. And so the Ace of Pentacles talks about feeling better grounded, feeling supported. This is about health. This is also about anything revolving around positive job outlooks, financial outlooks, money coming in, and initiating a new way of looking at your values, which is very interesting because of that new moon that's going to be obviously in your eighth house, opposing, Uranus that's going to be coming back into your second. So even though it feels like maybe you're having to lose or give something up, I think you guys have a lot to gain. Aries, I hope it's helpful for you guys. Let me know and come back and leave me comments because I'd love to hear how November plays out for you. What's up, Taurus and Taurus rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to have you back. And obviously, we're going to talk all things Venus because Venus is your ruler. Also, Uranus is retrograde back in your sign. So if you are a later degree Taurus and Taurus rising, about 25 to 29 degrees, you are still under a Uranus transit. So get your coffee, wake up. Obviously, this month, Venus is going to be first starting the month in Libra. So she is continuing to move through a sign she's very familiar with, and she's in your sixth house, where since last month, there has been a huge focus on health, habits, and routines. Most of you guys have been trying to kind of foster better harmony at work. So hopefully that's benefiting you, helping you with work, jobs, health, and relationships with people in the workspace. Now, this is going to ingress into Scorpio on November the 6th, and there's some sweet and salty aspects to this. The sweet is that Venus likes being in the 7th house. Your Venus goes into the 7th house in Scorpio. And likely what you can find is that it's very sexy, it's very passionate, it's intensifying relationships. And if you're single, it's a time to get out there and mingle. If you're in an existing relationship, it's a time where there is opportunity for more sweetness, more passion, more connection. But we will see some retrogrades happening in your 7th house. So there are some relationship changes that are going to happen for some Taurus and Taurus risings. Now, we will see Sagittarius then be the next sign that Venus goes into. So that won't be until the 30th. So she's going to spend most of the month in the 7th house. Now, the 7th house could be your clients. It could be business partners. It could be your marketplace. It could be your therapist, your astrologer, all that stuff. So there's a lot more support coming from people who are kind of falling under these categories. There is no retrograde involving Venus this month. However, on November the 7th, when Venus is in your 7th house, she's going to come into a square with Pluto. And that could be some tension in relationships and meeting career goals. And then we will also see Venus come into conjunction with Mercury in your 7th house. And that'll be taking place on the 24th, where there's a lot of reflective talks going on in relationships and partnerships. You might feel like people aren't communicating very well this month, particularly romantic relationships or spouses, or there's issues with clients or people who are flaky. You are also one of the signs that may be hearing from an ex or going back and forth with an ex-partner or debating whether or not you want to get back with somebody, or maybe somebody calls you. So watch for that. All right, well, the month kicks off on November the 4th, and this is when Mars is going to be moving into the sign of Sagittarius in your natal 8th house. Positive is Mars does well in this house. So it can be very transformative, regenerative. It can be getting paid. It can be handling debt issues. It can be great for healing something psychologically or spiritually. But for many of you guys, this is energizing your shared resources. So if you're wanting to get a loan, if you're wanting to, send out invoices and get paid, if you're wanting to deal with, a tax matter, it's going to help you kind of navigate that much more quickly. The challenge is that, there can be very risky or impulsive moves that you can be making with finances, debt, or loans. So you have to consult with partners. You have to think everything financially through very carefully this month. And really be taking action when it comes to getting clarity revolving around any joint financial issue. It could also be like spousal support, child support, dealing with a settlement, going back and forth with an insurance company, that type of stuff. On the 5th of the month, we're going to see a full moon that will be taking place in your sign. So this is your one full moon once a month. I hope you guys, once a year, I hope you guys enjoy it. This dates back to the spring of 2024 when we had 2025. Can you tell the retrograde's already in effect? It's a full moon that happens once a year. You have got this in your first house of self, and it dates back to the new moon that took place for you earlier this year in 2025. Now, this is really spotlighting your self-image, okay? So maybe there is a huge glow up. Maybe there is a big change with your appearance. Maybe you're meeting some of your health or wellness goals. This can also be for some Taurus and Taurus risings, themes revolving around pregnancy. Emotional conversations can be taking place around this full moon. Now, I do think that it's personal fulfillment. Just watch for emotional stubbornness, and it's a time to really prioritize your self-care. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Venus leave Libra and go into Scorpio, where it's going to spend pretty much the rest of the month hanging out in your 7th house of relationships. So this can deepen commitment, right? Scorpio is a little intense and passionate, but I think it's great for having much more magnetism in relationships. I think that there could be a lot of closeness and kind of sexy time with partners. It is possible that you can see some jealousy or possessiveness that's coming up in relationships. And it's really important to really foster equality when it comes to your partnerships over the month. Now, on the 7th of the month, Uranus then goes back into your first house, where it's going to be really for some time clear into 2026. And it's going to stay there. And what it means is that now it's shaking up or continuing its shake up of your identity. So what you may find is that, it's about unique self-expression. You might feel like you need more freedom, you need more spontaneity, especially when it comes to your career or your status. It might make you feel like, do I want to change a job? Do I want to change a relationship? Don't tell me what to do type of stuff. However, I think that there can be lots of unpredictable moods that are going on. So this is about really being mindful of just being overworked. This is also about really grounding your energy and taking care of your nervous system. I recommend you guys try to use grounding mats, getting your feet out in the grass, working with crystals, using aromatherapy, any vibrational therapy, any of that stuff can be really helpful. And be mindful of caffeine and nicotine and sugar and other things that are going to make you feel kind of wired, because you're going to be having this again. So like I said, if you happen to be a later degree Taurus, right, 25 to 29 degrees, you're still kind of going through this transit. It's interesting to see Venus go into your 7th house, offer you love and relationships, and then there will be a new moon there, and then there's this Uranus in the 1st house where it's like you almost feel like people come back, or now they want to play nice, or now they want to connect, and you're like, I'm over it, I'm done. I don't want to do the back and forth anymore. So some of you guys are going to be making some big relationship decisions. On the 7th of the month, Venus in your 7th house in Scorpio will come into a square with Pluto, which basically means that this is going to be bringing up power clashes in relationships, and this will be either affecting your reputation or affecting your career. Positive is that if you transform your relationships and your bonds, you can make the necessary adjustments, in your communication with another person to better kind of navigate your professional or your working schedule, so you can appease both your career and your partner. However, we can see some manipulative kind of habits that can be going on with business partners, clients, or people at work. Set boundaries with people. It's really important to do that, especially if you're somebody who, if you work with somebody that you're also in a relationship with, or if you have a business partner, there can definitely be some intensity that can kind of come up between you and another person. So set the necessary boundaries, especially if you feel like relationship dynamics are going to be impacting your reputation. Can cause some problems. Now on the 9th of the month, you're going to see Mercury retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius. So it's going to start its retrograde in your 8th. This basically means that now there is a review of the 8th house topic. So Mercury represents gambling, trading, children, joys, sex, and it's also connected to money. So there could be some financial risks that are being reviewed between you and a partner. There's some budgeting stuff that's coming up that's being reviewed between you and a partner. And I think that this is really about just rethinking your joint finances. Pro is that you can go in and you can audit some of your finances, and you can see opportunities to make money, save money, that kind of stuff. However, there can be some delays in settlements, or there could be a need to kind of review commitments and contracts. I do think that if you are having relational issues, if you're a Taurus or a Taurus rising, a lot of this is going to be about whether or not, you feel like you're ready for a separation, and if, there is going to be some need to negotiate something financially with another person. Buying people out, getting other people to settle with you, dealing with money that's owed, that kind of stuff can definitely come up, and you could feel like money that you're expecting from other people can be delayed in some capacity. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see Jupiter retrograde in the sign of Cancer. So it will be going through your 3rd house during the retrograde. This is about being more introspective with communication. This is also in a trine to Saturn. So it is kind of bringing stabilization to your goals through clear communication, writing things out, journaling. This is also, I think, about, wise ideas. But you may feel like it's slowing down, a theme revolving around writing, or it's slowing down a theme revolving around communication or moving, or something revolving around short distance travel. Maybe you're feeling that it's a little too soon to start telling people about some of the things that you're working on or some of your goals. That's possible. And I think, let's see, what's the next one? So refine your skills. That's another theme that comes up when Jupiter is in your 3rd house. And I think a lot of you guys are going to be referencing or reviewing a lease or an agreement, a legal document. You may be having to rethink, buying a house or buying a car. There can be refinancing opportunities that can kind of come up this month for you guys as well. Now on the 12th of the month, we're going to see that Mercury will be in conjunction to Mars in Sagittarius. This is a little tricky for everybody, but just across the board, it's tricky. So Mercury is going to be connected to anything revolving around romantic relationships, taking risks in kids, as well as money. And then Mars rules your partnerships and things that are kind of hidden. So putting it all together in your 8th house, there could be a very heated financial conflict that can come up. And you need to watch for this, because I think that if you can be assertive in your negotiations and you can reference a document or reevaluate or renegotiate something, you can work your way out of it. But I do think that there is likely going to be an argument around this day. You just want to stay calm. I would be checking my bank statements. I would be also being really super tight on my financial security or anything revolving around trading or stocks or anything connecting to crypto. Be very mindful with that, and be careful with anything revolving around passwords or safes or keys. That's very specific when we're looking at the 8th house. Now, then when we get to the, we get to the 18th, Mercury will then return back into Scorpio. So it's going to dip back into your 7th house of relationships, where yes, there can be reviewing a relationship or a partnership. You could be hearing from the past. You could be miscommunicating with a partner. You're deciding if you want to stay or if you want to go. This can provide deeper understanding in communication. So the 7th house is like, your astrologer, or working with a therapist, or working with like a coach of some kind. So if you want a business coach, a relationship coach, a therapist, this would be a really good, I think, month to work with somebody like that, with retrogrades in your 7th house, where you can kind of bring in a third party. And also retrogrades in the 8th house that can kind of help you sort through things. So some of you guys may need a mediator, or you may need a therapist. That might actually come up. Then we have on the, I guess also on the 18th, this is also about like watching for the misunderstandings in relationships and like listening actively so things aren't taken out of context. And then on the 19th, Mercury in your 7th house of relationships will oppose Uranus in your 1st house of self. And it, like, all of these transits are bunched together. So like the 17th, 18th, 19th, you could see all this happening. And this basically means that there's going to be surprises in self and others, and surprising conversations. Maybe, there's a fresh perspective. Maybe there are some relational shocks going on that week. And it's about communicating openly and also a little bit more freely. On the 19th of the month, you'll have a new moon in Scorpio, where you can hit refresh on all relational things. If you're going through a breakup, this will be a time when you're getting a clean slate. If you're going through, trying to meet somebody new, it's a good time to set intentions. It's about new beginnings in partnerships, and we could see that there could be better commitment moving forward, but it's still intense. So you really want to focus on aligning your values with, the right people, and people who are going to be supporting, where you're going with your career and your professional life. Now, on the 20th of the month, we will see Mercury and the Sun coming into superior conjunction in Scorpio. So that tells me that this is illuminating whatever communications and conversations you guys have been having, or miscommunications, and it's giving you the opportunity to kind of revisit and revise things. I like this because I feel like it can bring clarity in existing relationships. You have to watch for overthinking. It might mean that you and your partner are going back and forth on like a living situation change, or where you're going to be moving, or like a family situation. And I think this can also potentially bring up lots of back and forth in regards to family matters, because the Sun can represent your family. So you could be deciding whether or not you want to kind of handle it, or whether it's, talking to a landlord or dealing with a parent. There's something going on there, and it seems like you're kind of at odds with how to handle the situation and maintain relationship harmony while you feel like you're really busy at work. All right, so then we're going to see on the 21st of the month, we will have the Sun in Scorpio in your 7th house opposing Uranus in your 1st. And this brings up tension between the self and partners. So Uranus in the 1st house, again, is like, I need freedom, don't tell me what to do, give me some space. And the Sun in the 7th house is trying to impose its will, especially in a relationship way, on you, and like trying to kind of dominate you about how to handle a home or a family situation. To me, this feels like there could be tension between self and partners. Independence can gain, but there can be conflicts in the process of that. And it's really important to kind of balance out your needs compared to other people. Then on the 21st, the Sun enters into Sagittarius in your 8th house, where you're focusing on transformation. It's good for insightful depth. It can bring up some heavy emotions for some people. I think that this is about doing shadow work and self-reflection and kind of embracing change. Now we will see on the 24th of the month, Mercury will retrograde conjunct Venus in Scorpio in your 7th. And this is about relationship reviews. So your Venus Mercury is, true love, it is children, it is things revolving around dating, it's about creative projects, it's about fun. So it might be about making some big decisions about whether or not you're going to stay or go in a relationship. I feel like for many of you guys, because Mercury is going to be conjunct Venus, what this is bringing up for you is the opportunity, I think, to really focus on some kind of like renewal. Like I think it's going to be about relationship renewal. I think that it will help you, have more clarity in your bonds. I think it's going to be also a time where if you want to have more harmonious kind of standings in your relationships, then you're going to be focusing on resolution. And yes, past issues can come up, but this is about like forgiving and trying to be gentle with other people. On the 27th of the month, Saturn stations direct in Pisces in your 11th house. And that basically means that now you can advance when it comes to group structures, group projects, your goals, getting more, socially kind of acclimated, seeing your friends. And I think that this is good because you might find that there are certain friends that are more reliable for you than normal. Maybe there's more added duties to some kind of group project or thing at work. But I feel like this is also about really reminding yourself that if you're going to commit to certain goals or certain groups of people or certain friendships, you need to do it wisely. Now we will see Mercury go direct in Scorpio, so the Mercury retrograde is over on the 29th, and this will be taking place in your 7th house, where finally we can start to unravel some of the miscommunication that's been happening in relationships. And communication can get better. However, we are going to see the shadow until the beginning of December. I think this is also about, talking about where we're going, not where we've been. A lot of the retrograde in Scorpio is going to be a lot of like rehashing the past, and you might feel like you're like over it. But now you can actually talk about moving forward. There can be some lingering doubts that are still kind of hanging around about a relationship. And I would just say that this is about really reaffirming, the commitments that you're making in love. Now, on the 29th of November, you're going to see that Venus in your 7th house, Scorpio, will oppose Uranus in your 1st house, Taurus. This means that there's going to be unexpected relational changes, and maybe it's a renewal of a relationship. There can be kind of excitement revolving around somebody new that you're meeting or something new that's changing with your partnership. But yeah, there can be some instability with Venus in opposition to Uranus, and also with Venus in Scorpio. So this is about embracing whatever is changing and evolving, trying to be excited about some of the change that's happening and not focusing on the past. Then on the 30th of the month, you're going to see that Venus will ingress into Sagittarius. So she goes into the 8th house, where it is going to ease shared resources. There can be more kind of financial security coming from other people. It's also about, getting paid or getting something, coming to you that's going to be beneficial. I do think it makes you more optimistic about investments. I think that you just want to watch for overspending. And this is about kind of budgeting, in a smart way and not being like too overly optimistic about some of the resources that are coming in. Remember, it's going through the same degrees that Mercury has been retrograding through. So a lot of it is, I invested in something, this is what I'm getting out of it, now I'm going to put it into something else. And it's like almost like, are you going to keep feeding that machine, and just be really careful with some of the expense stuff while, Mercury is still in shadow. So all in all, I think that your best days are going to be on the 6th, which is going to have much better relational harmony. The 11th, where I think that your ideas can stabilize. And on the 24th, where there could be much more kind of loving, harmonious dynamics. Challenging days are going to be on the 7th of November. There's going to be some power struggles and tension. On the 19th, you're dealing with opposition from forces outside of you. And on the 29th, there could be some unexpected surprises in relationships. So all in all, relationships and values evolve very deeply for you guys this month. I think that the positive is that there's going to be lots of passionate bonds and insightful revisions into balancing things. But there can be some surprises going on with relationships and also some power struggles. So stability really comes for you this month, I think, through being a little bit more flexible. All right, Taurus and Taurus risings. Let's see what the cards say for you. What does Taurus need to know for the month of November? The card that I got for you is the Lovers card. Ooh, look at that. Man, makes me feel a lot better with the retrograde going on in your 7th house. I feel like, Lovers card always represents kind of like a fork in the road, decisions, choices, temptation. Do I want this? Do I want that? And it can feel like maybe there's somebody or something that comes into your life that makes you question whether or not you're solid in a relationship or whether or not you really want to be single, and it can kind of tempt you back in. It can also really teach you what true love is, and like that a lot of the seventh house is kind of like a mirror. So there are going to be a lot of you working through things and, you know, you wanting more freedom with Uranus back in your sign, and maybe that's creating some relational issues, and you know, they're having a hard time adjusting to change. You're having a hard time adjusting to change as a fixed sign as well. So you guys have to meet in the middle. So it can be really significant having Mercury retrograde in your seventh house, because a lot of you guys might have some really significant romantic connections and some big changes in relationships, or be meeting the people you're meant to meet. But that comes with decisions and needing to kind of pick a lane and deciding, you know, what direction you're going to be going in and staying committed to that. Relationships have to evolve this month. I think with Uranus back in your sign and planets in the seventh house, it's, are you evolving too quickly and our partner is not responding well to that? Or is it a situation more where they're having to kind of adjust to some of the changes that you're needing to make, and they are the ones being stubborn? We'll see. Let me know, Taurus. I'll see you guys here back next month. I hope you enjoy November. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you about Mercury this month, and it's your favorite time of the year. Mercury's going retrograde. So if you're watching this in October, just a heads up, we're already in shadows. They're already starting to feel some of the themes and the effects of this Mercury retrograde coming up. And Mercury is actually going to be retrograding through two signs. Your opposite sign, Sagittarius, where it starts its retrograde, back into Scorpio in your sixth house. So it starts, obviously, you know, in your seventh house, and being that it's going to go back into the sixth house, it means that there has to be something that has to kind of shift revolving around your health habits and routines. So, you know, I think that the retrograde starting on the 9th is going to bring some relational issues. Obviously, your Mercury, it's also tied to your home and your family, so it can mean that you're reevaluating where you're living, you're going back and forth with a partner about this, maybe you're dealing with a relationship from the past, maybe it's a family relationship, but the retrograde starts on November 9th, and it will go back through Sagittarius into Scorpio, and that'll be happening on the 18th of November, where it's going to drop into your sixth house of routines, health, and habits, only to go direct on November the 29th. So all in all, this retrograde is reviewing relationships and health. It could be relationships with people at work, relationship habits, where relationship challenges are impacting your health and your habits, that kind of stuff. And the key aspects are actually going to be on the 21st of November, where Mercury is in conjunction to Mars, which is likely going to create some very fiery, feisty talks. When it is opposite Uranus, which will be in around November 19th, and also when it's conjunct the Sun on November 20th, where it's going to give you some clarity in Scorpio, and conjunct Venus on November 24th, where this could actually be really good for improving health habits and also relationships with people at work or even a job. So there's a lot of Mercury aspects this month. I think those are the bigger ones. So we're going to start off with the 4th of November, when Mars enters into the sign of Sagittarius, okay? So much emphasis that's going to be beginning in your seventh house. That's your opposite sign. The seventh house could be a therapist, an astrologer, a spouse, a business partner, your clients, working with a coach, you know, somebody like that. So reconnecting, going back and forth with these people. Mars brings action. So with Mars going into this house, it's your social groups, your friends, your romantic relationships, your relationships with people at work, because Mars rules your 11th and your 6th. So this is really activating partnerships with energy for the better part of the next 6 weeks. I think the positive is that you can see very dynamic relationships setting up. There could be lots of passion and intensity in relationships, but there could also be conflicts. So you want to channel this passion into something positive, be physically active, go out, you know, do things with friends, do things with partners, working out with partners, or working out with a health coach or a trainer is highly advisable for some of you guys. Some of you guys might want to work with a relationship coach or a job coach as well. That's fine. But I feel like Mars is motivating and Mercury is like trying to kind of push you to do something. And if you don't channel that, somebody's going to push your buttons. Now on the 5th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Taurus in your natal 12th house. A little bit more kind of spiritual and behind the scenes. It is subconscious and it is about releasing hidden fears. I do feel like a lot of subconscious patterns are going to come up for you guys, and it may be in love or relationships. And I do think that if this were me, I would be really focusing on having some quiet time, spending time in nature, doing some meditation, some spiritual work, and really getting some adequate sleep. The 12th house can be about healing something, so knowing that you're going to have a retrograde in your 6th and a full moon in your 12th. Anything revolving around money worries or concerns, self-esteem issues, things like that. Make sure that you're nourishing your body and you're eating well. I'd recommend working with crystals, stones, and aromatherapy because obviously Taurus is connected to the element of earth. Now you're going to see Venus ingress into Scorpio. That'll be taking place on November 6th. So Venus will move into your 6th house. Truth be told, this is a little tricky because Venus does not like being in the 6th house because love requires work, and there is going to be a sense of working out some kinks in relationships. She does like being here if you're trying to improve your health or if you're trying to improve your relationship with fellow employees, or maybe you are trying to find a job. Love can be found at work. That is possible with this transit. But what I would be watching for is, definitely, paying more attention to your daily routine, bringing more beauty into your daily routine. And this is about harmonious work. Just watch for intense habits, and you really want to use a lot of good self-care rituals throughout this transit. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see Uranus retrograde back into Taurus, so you get a little bit of a break. It will leave your sign temporarily until next year, and it goes back into your 12th house of subconscious healing, anything revolving around your intuition, behind the scenes, and sleep. So this can disrupt your sleep. It can also disrupt your inner world. I think positive is that you can have some precognitive dreams, or that you can kind of start shifting the way that you see the world, or you can return back to an old spiritual routine. But it can bring, for some of you guys, anxiety, issues sleeping. You really have to work hard to ground your energy this month, because I do feel like this is a time where some of the changes with Uranus having been in your sign in the last couple of months have been external. Now it's going more into the 12th. And Uranus rules anything revolving around your beliefs, travel, legal matters, how you see the world. And I feel like you're supposed to be learning about the balance between mind, body, and spirit this month. And so maybe you're really spiritual, but you're kind of like needing some help on the physical or the diet related side of things. Or you could be super focused on, health and wellness, but you're like, why am I emotionally or psychologically going through it? You need to focus on the emotional side. So finding that balance is going to be the key, I think, in November. You will see on the 7th of November, Venus in your 6th house, Scorpio, will come into a square with Pluto. And obviously, what happens with this is we see tension when there's any Pluto square. And I think this tension is at work or affecting your routines or your beliefs. It can help you transform your health. You just want to watch for like obsessive working. And we want to avoid extremes when this square comes in. Now, on the 9th of the month, you're going to be seeing that there will be a Mercury retrograde that begins, although you've been in the shadows since about like the 21st of October. So by the time you guys are seeing it, some of the stuff that's already kind of come up, you're going to deal with again. But Mercury will turn retrograde in Sagittarius, and it's going to be in the earlier degrees of Sagittarius. So when Mercury turns retrograde, you rethink or review something, and it's about your involvement, your relationship, your commitment with a 7th house person. I think this is about just refining relationships. I think it's about mixing things up a little bit. I would say maybe this is about postponing agreements, when it comes to marriage, commitment, business partnerships. Maybe you're rethinking services or some kind of offering that you have for other people. And this can be, you can be one of the signs that's hearing from the past. So going back and forth with a relationship, deciding if you're getting in or out of something, reevaluating an existing one, and deciding whether or not you guys can communicate well. Mercury retrograde affects you, but in the 7th house, it's also about other people. So you might be getting back into dating or changing the way that you're approaching relationships, or maybe there is a sense of, trying to be better about communicating and kind of listening to your partner. Now, we will see on the 11th of the month, Jupiter stations retrograde in Cancer, and this is happening in your 2nd house. This tells me that there is more of like a slowdown and a reevaluation of your self-esteem, your finances, anything revolving around your spending habits. Yes, you might notice that there isn't as much kind of optimism about, money and resources and things like that, but it is trining Saturn, so it does have some support, and this means that it's really, your finances are going to be supported by your career structure. So I look at this and I'm like, well, you'll find that there is opportunities for financial wisdom. You might find that some of the gains that you've been having slow down a little bit. And this is about just kind of really budgeting in a way that's making the time and the space for what you need to feel safe and secure, right? Cancer. Jupiter also rules your 7th house. So I feel like it can be about you reevaluating your finances with a partner or going back and forth about spending or what you need for security. On the 12th of the month, Mercury will come into conjunction while it's retrograde with Mars. And you got to really watch out for this transit because there's already been one that happened and that took place in Scorpio last month. And so the next one is going to be happening in your opposite sign. Well, it could go one of two ways. It could definitely spark a lot of like relational debates. So there could be witty banter. There could be feeling like you guys are going back and forth and you're texting and communicating much more passionately. There can be a sense of like getting excited because a relationship is really kind of revving up, but Mercury is retrograde. So it might feel like things are progressing faster than you feel comfortable. It can also mean that there is potentially, I think a need for more honest exchanges. You have to watch for arguments. Other people can kind of be testy with you. Choose your words very carefully in relationships because they can create some big problems down the road. Now you will see Mercury then retrograde back into the sign of Scorpio. So it's going to be going through your 6th house, the territory that it was kind of in October and early November. And this is about reviewing your work communication. So it's time to really focus on fixing habits. It's also, a time to be mindful that there could be job delays or there could be health delays. You want to get organized and find ways to streamline projects and be able to kind of like, talk to people about, delegating tasks. So for example, Mercury retrograde in your 6th, like you could change jobs, you could change offices, you could change schedules. You may also be like, hey, I need to take my dog to the vet or I need to get back in to see the doctor. It's also a time to be mindful of like your psychological habits as it's in the sign of Scorpio. So do watch for changes with work, changes with coworkers, relationships with coworkers. These can all be kind of themes. And obviously, this is about trying to get as best organized as you can so you can really prioritize productivity. Now, on the 19th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in your 6th house opposing Uranus in your 12th. And this tells me that there was going to be some sudden routine changes. I think it's positive because you can come up with creative solutions to navigate these changes, but some of you guys are going to feel like this is very chaotic. My work is impacting my health is impacting my work. There are some things that are some plot twists that I did not see coming. And then you're going to watch for, needing to just kind of adapt quickly to some of the change that might be coming in these departments. On the 19th, you will have a new moon in Scorpio where you can finally kind of get things in order and focus on new health habits, new routines, a new job. I think it's productive for resets. I think it's just a little overwhelming since you've had a Mercury retrograde in this sign. So rather than getting overwhelmed, focus on setting small goals and kind of like hitting them throughout a certain time period. I think that's the way to navigate this. And if you want to focus on, starting a new diet or a new routine or getting back to the gym, this is a good new moon to kind of do that. Now on the 20th of the month, the sun will conjunct Mercury in this house. So that's an important transit for you too. It is highlighting routine revisions, and this is about, gaining practical insights from what has changed with your routine or your habits and like being able to kind of realize like how it can actually be beneficial for you in the long term. I do think that this will create some mental fatigue for you guys. This is a day that you don't want to overdo it at the gym or, be working late. You want to really like take it easy and kind of pace yourself because I feel like you can feel like your brain's like a little fried. On the 21st of the month, you're going to see that there will be a sun in Scorpio in your 6th in opposition to Uranus and Taurus in your 12th. And this is really a day where there's going to be some disruptions. There could be some schedule changes. I do think that this is about being innovative and flexible in how you approach change. Some of you guys might feel like a little bit of like unrest, and I would just say try to keep a flexible schedule because it might be actually changing to kind of give you rest or to give you opportunities to focus on your health. And then on the 21st, the sun will ingress into Sagittarius, and this will be in your natal 7th house, where it's going to be now emphasizing for the next month partnerships, relationships, dating, relationship communication, travel and relationships. And it can be really good for socializing. It can also be, for some of you guys, a little bit of like scattered focus when it comes to relationships. And like the key with the 7th house is to connect and collaborate. I think the Mercury retrograde is kind of teaching you the same thing here as well. Now, on the 24th of the month, Mercury in its retrograde will conjunct Venus in your 6th house, Scorpio. And this can help you smooth over or sweeten work talks, renegotiate things in regards to work. It can also be where you feel like your health is kind of better aligning. On the other hand, it can mean that there is some indecisiveness going on with health or work habits, and it's about trying to negotiate and find a middle ground with people. On the 27th of the month, Saturn stations direct in Pisces, so now he is no longer retrograde in your 10th house of career. Obviously, if you are, 25 to 29 degrees Gemini or Gemini rising, you're under a very rare and unusual Saturn and Neptune square. So I know there's been some confusion about your career, some delays, kind of not knowing which end is up. But I feel like this is positive because it should actually advance some of your professional responsibilities. And some of you guys might get recognition, especially with trines to Jupiter. But I do think that there is a sense of more pressure at work. There could be more responsibility at work. There is a sense also of like really needing to structure your professional ambitions. Now, on the 29th of the month, you will see Mercury station direct in Scorpio, which means the Mercury retrograde is over. Yay. However, there's still a bit of a shadow taking place until about mid-December. But this basically means that, you might feel more efficient now with your health and your habits. And if you took time to prioritize your health, and maybe you took some time from work, you're feeling better. Or if you feel like that you really got organized and was more productive and you were focusing more on, just being healthier and having better habits, that could be productive. So whatever's changed, now you're starting to kind of see the other side of it. I do think that something that I would kind of watch for is that there can be a sense of feeling like you're having to play catch up on work, and that there's like a lot of things you have to catch up on. So you have to stay efficient and kind of prioritize what's important. And then on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Scorpio in your 6th house in opposition to Uranus in Taurus in the 12th. So surprises and routines, exciting changes. Yes, you might feel like things are a little still topsy-turvy, but you're learning to kind of roll with the punches and kind of innovate some of these lifestyle changes. And then on the 30th, you're going to see finally Venus will ingress into Sagittarius in your 7th house, which will lighten relationships, bring in renewed relationship connections, help those of you guys who are single meet somebody new or establish a new relationship. And I think that this is really, for the most part, going to feel like some relationships can be fleeting, but enjoying the moments that you do have. And I think that this is one of the better times for those of you guys who are looking to date, because now you're going to have your 5th house lord in your 7th. I think a lot of people are going to be, I've seen some Gemini and Gemini risings that are like, I'm never getting married again. And then they meet somebody with these transits, or they're like, oh no, we never have problems. And then the problems start to come up during these transits, so you need to kind of watch for that. I think your best days are actually going to be the 11th, where you're going to get lots of valuable support. Also on the 20th, where I think your thinking is going to be clearer than usual. And on the 24th, where things start to kind of feel a little bit better balanced and harmonious. As for challenging days, watch for the 7th. That brings tension in dynamics with other people. I am predicting on the 12th that there is going to be some heated debates for you. And then on the 19th, there will be shocks and surprises regarding work, health, or your routine. So your monthly summary is basically communications and routines need to be refined in November. I think that this can be really bringing up lots of insightful bonds and productive resets as you are countering some of like the delays and the surprises that are going on with work and your health. I think curiosity really helps you navigate the flexibility well. So ask questions, be curious, try to find workarounds and try to focus on better relational dynamics to help you work through some of these changes. Great month. You're one of the signs that would do really well getting an astrology reading, or talking to a therapist or working with a coach. Consider that if you're feeling kind of lost in the work or the health department. All right, so let's take a look and see what are your cards for the month ahead. What does Gemini and Gemini rising need to know about this month? The card that I get is Temperance. Gemini, I couldn't have picked a better card myself. I feel like this for you is just, it's a matter of timing. And some of you guys might feel like, oh, it's bad timing this month, or oh, this isn't the right timing, or this didn't need to happen right now. And I would say slow your roll, reevaluate things, give yourself a little bit of grace. It's definitely really emphasizing the healing aspect of what's going on with the retrogrades in your 6th house, the full moon in your 12th house. This is also kind of like alchemizing things, and like certain things are out of whack. And when you're kind of frustrated that you're not seeing forward motion in a relationship, or you're not seeing a breakthrough with work, or you're not seeing a shift, it's because other things are out of balance. And so you're being given this opportunity this month to correct the balance. And that means that you may have to pour a little bit of more energy to another cup, or you may have to actually go and ask for some assistance or heal or work through something to kind of get everything moving forward again. So be patient with yourself. It's requiring timing. It's just saying it's just not the right time yet, but I think you guys are going to have those breakthroughs as we're getting to the end of November. I hope that was helpful, Gemini. Definitely let me know what happens, and I'll catch you guys back here in December. What's up, Cancer and Cancer rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to talk to you about what's going on this month. Obviously, the new and the full moons are always really important for you. Special emphasis on the full moon, and we will be having a full moon taking place this month on November the 5th. That'll be taking place in your 11th house. The moon is exalted here, so I think it's particularly positive when it comes to focusing on your goals, your social life, connections, and collaborations with other people. I highly recommend listening to my Astro Weather weekly, or going and taking a look at an ephemeris, or getting an Astro app that you can track the moon and know where it is in the day-to-day, because the moon signs shift very quickly. And there is obviously no retrograde ever with the moon. That's not possible. And we're going to be looking at the full moon on November 5th in your 11th house in Taurus for goal setting, getting together with other people and focusing on your social life. And then there will be a new moon that's going to happen taking place in Scorpio in your 5th house, which will be around the 19th of November, which is great for getting back into dating, focusing on your children, trying to get pregnant, focusing on creative starts, hobbies, and passion. So those will be significant. One other thing I would say that is going to happen this month is Jupiter will retrograde in your sign. So you're going to actually have several months now of Jupiter retrograding, where you're reviewing something about your health and habits, which is a big theme this month, your schedule as well, or work. And we will see Jupiter that's in a trine with Saturn, so it can kind of help you reevaluate education, traveling, goals, anything revolving around your philosophy, and maybe even making some changes and adjustments in, you know, how you're kind of seeing yourself with guidance or support from a teacher, mentor, or a guru. So we're going to start off with the beginning of the month. That's going to be Mars entering into the sign of Sagittarius. Mars will move into your 6th house, where it will be for roughly 6 weeks. You know, Mars going into this house does very well, because Mars likes to have a to-do list, an agenda, or a goal. And it will be revving up work or health or fitness energy. So Mars rules your career. It's also tied to your 5th house of creative projects. So if you're trying to work on something that's a self-employment project, if you're trying to do something revolving around hospitality, or something that's going to be about creating a service, or getting back to work, or getting back to the gym, it's a good time to do that. Now, I think that the only hang up here is, even though it's very productive and there's a lot of drive, we can burn ourselves out, and there are going to be a lot of burnout risk. So you want to pace any of your efforts, be that physical or professional, this month. Now, you have that beautiful full moon that's going to happen in Taurus, which was seeded earlier this year in the spring. Peak friendship or aspiration kind of review. Great for group fulfillment. It's also really great for, you know, being aware of where there is emotional attachments. The ones that are good, we celebrate them. I believe Venus is going to be hanging out in the late degrees of Libra, so it's going to be, I think, particularly good for you when it comes to home and family gatherings this month. So there could be family gatherings or seeing family in some capacity, which can feel really good. Now, on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Venus ingress into Scorpio. where it's going to go into your 5th house. And there's going to be a lot of like 5th house energy, which I think you'll do well with because there's still quite a few trines to obviously Jupiter in your sign and Saturn and Neptune in the 9th house. So this energy feels intuitive, emotional, compassionate, watery. And when Venus goes into the 5th house, it's about enhancing relationships, romance, and creativity. So you can get really passionate about fun. There could be a lot of time with a significant other, with children, or focusing on hobbies that are connected to art or being on stage or performing. The only hang up here is that there can sometimes be drama when Venus goes into the 5th house. And it's really about expressing matters of the heart. Now on the 7th, Uranus is going to shake things up by retrograding back into Taurus in your natal 11th house. And this is really about social shakeups, changes in your social circles or with your goals. Maybe there's new networks, maybe you're reconnecting with old friends, maybe there's friendship shifts or fallout. I really think that this is about embracing the change that's kind of happening with some of your social connections. Then you're going to see on November the 7th, Venus in Scorpio in your 5th house will come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your natal 8th house. So this is tricky because this is about tensions in joy, affecting intimacy. It's great for deep creativity, but you can have some power plays either with children, joint finances, or with romantic partners. I think that if you can channel this intensity artistically, you'll be able to overcome it. Be careful with taking risks or gambling. This could be a little tricky under this transit as well. And then we're going to see on the 9th of the month, Mercury will station retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius in your 6th house. Well, Mercury deals with healing, behind the scenes, sleep, rest, and things that are subconscious. And the 3rd house, it's about the mind, traveling, learning, or communication. So look, guys, Mars in your 6th house wants you to work out, get to work, be active. The Mercury retrograde is like, are you ready? So some of you guys are still healing from health issues, or you're still dealing with injuries. Some of you guys are hesitant to go back to work, or you're hesitant to, get too organized or plan too much, maybe because it's a retrograde. So I think that, with this, this transit, it definitely makes me feel like there can be some unexpected things that are going to be happening. Particularly about rethinking routines, improving your habits. That's a positive, but there could be errors at work. There could be health challenges that can come up. And it's a really an important time to kind of really structure your schedule and your productivity and pay close attention to your health and your pets. Now on the 11th of the month, Jupiter will turn retrograde in your 1st house, which basically means now you're kind of reevaluating or reviewing your own personal kind of goals, your own self-growth. Now this is trining Saturn, so it means that there is some support that's coming in by changes in your beliefs, or a teacher, or a spiritual practice. And this means that on one hand, there is personal expansion, but the retrograde can mean that you're kind of like pausing and you're going like, can I do this? Can I accomplish this job? Am I able to make the time in the schedule? Am I going to be able to heal? So you really, I think with like your 6th house ruler in your 1st going retrograde and a retrograde in your 6th, you're one of the signs that's more prone to having health issues this month. Okay, obviously touch wood. So, Sagittarius is the hips and the thighs, and anything kind of connecting to even like the glutes. And I think some of you guys are getting too, overzealous, lifting or working out. Like you could pull something, like you could injure yourself. And you can do this at work, right? It doesn't necessarily just have to be, you're just moving. It doesn't just have to be in the gym. And I feel like a lot of this is about reevaluating the way that you look at, managing your health and your schedule. Now we will see then on Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Sagittarius on November 12th. That's fiery work talks, sudden jobs coming in, sudden jobs changing, assertive fixes. I do think this is a day to watch for because you can be a little bit frustrated. So just take a breath and breathe. And then we will see on the 18th, Mercury will retrograde back into Scorpio. So it's going to be back in a water sign, harmonizing with you, harmonizing with all that Pisces stuff in your 9th house. And it does make me feel like what's likely going to happen is that there is going to be like these reviews in dating and relationships, or reconnecting with children, or reevaluating, what you want when it comes to dating, going back to an old hobby, right? You're feeling more inspired by whatever revisions that you're making. Yeah, there can be some blocks, but I think that this is just about being like, okay, if you have a project to edit, or if there's something you're trying to kind of heal in the heart space, or if there's something that is telling you, hey, you need to have more fun or more joy, do that. It's trining Jupiter, so it might be good to travel. It's also going to be trining Saturn and Neptune, so there could be long distance relationship things that can kind of be going on for you guys here as well. Now, on the 19th of the month, Mercury in Scorpio in your 5th will come into an opposition with Uranus in Taurus in your 11th. And this is surprises, okay? So surprises when it comes to fun, hobbies, and groups. There could be spontaneous parties, gatherings, romantic opportunities, joy, but there can also be disruptions. I've seen some Cancer and Cancer risings that are having like going back and forth with being like, are you dating other people or are we together? And then I've seen other Cancer risings that are like, my kids are having issues with other people's kids, right? So the 5th house is very much your children or your joy or your love. The 11th house is other people's kids, the people other people are dating. So there could be some relationship or some, child related like miscommunications with the opposition. Anyway, hopefully it's surprises, not disruptions. I would say this is about kind of going with the flow and expecting the unexpected. And then on the 19th, you're going to see, a new moon in Scorpio in your 5th house where you can really seed something in regards to romance, creativity, personal projects, trying to get pregnant. I think this is a good time for hobbies, especially if you went back to something that you enjoy doing. I think you'll keep doing it. This is also a time where I think this is about fresh passion. Just be mindful that the moon in Scorpio is a little intense, so some of us can feel a little overwhelmed. Start small. New moons take about 6 months to kind of evolve over time. Then on the 20th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in its retrograde conjunct the sun in the 5th house. And so for many of you guys, like romantic sparks will be flying. You may feel overjoyed that you went back to a project that you really loved and you completed it. This is about feeling that there is this sense of, illumination of your creative thoughts and artistic clarity. I would just say, don't feel overwhelmed. And this could be some good money stuff too, because the sun rules finances and anything revolving around security. So, a creative project turn into a side hustle, turn into a business. It could also be something that you really enjoy doing, that you love, that brings you some kind of resources, or just reconnecting with, your artistic side. Then we're going to see, actually with that day also on the 20th, this is a good day to get artistic clarity and also to not doubt yourself and to brainstorm. All right, on the 21st of the month, we're going to see the sun in Scorpio in your 5th house in opposition to Uranus and Taurus in your 11th. This is about, tensions in self-expression. And I think that what can come up is there can be unique ideas, but there can also be social clashes and kind of issues where you're like trying to have a hard time innovating what makes you happy or what you love with the groups and other people. So that's kind of like an anything goes day when it comes to what makes you happy versus others. And then on the 21st of the month, the sun will ingress into Sagittarius, where it's now going to be highlighting your 6th house for the next several weeks of, focusing on service, focusing on health, focusing on work, and kind of structuring your routine. I think it is going to be, for the most part, pretty efficient for a lot of you guys. I just think that there could be this sense of overload. And what you're learning, I think, with the retrograde and also planets going into Sagittarius is to delegate tasks, to not feel like you have to do everything and take everything on your own. Then on the 24th, Mercury in its retrograde will come into conjunction with Venus, okay? That'll happen in your 5th house. You can be one of the signs that's hearing back from old romantic partners, like they're reaching out to you, from the past. I think that this is also a time where you're going to be kind of reevaluating, creative projects or hobbies. It can make you feel very inspired when it comes to love and relationships. It can also bring up some indecisiveness in relationships as well. So the key here is to kind of collaborate with other people, so that way you feel like you have clarity. On the 27th of the month, Saturn stations direct in the sign of Pisces. Remember, it's in a trine to your Jupiter, so this is good for you. For you guys, this basically means that, there is advances in 9th house topics. So traveling, learning, graduating, legal matters, publishing, like there is going to be some kind of significant shift with those topics moving forward. And what I like is not only the fact that it trines, Jupiter, but you got a lot of stuff going on kind of like in Scorpio still. We still have some of these loose water trines. So it does make me feel like you're more inspired, you're more likely to travel. Then we will see on the 29th of the month, Mercury stations direct in Scorpio. So the Mercury retrograde is over in your 5th house. So you're going to find that you can communicate more clearly in romantic relationships, or you have kind of completed a creative project, or maybe it means that you are ready to move forward with some of your ideas. There are still some lingering issues that will kind of continue in relationships and creative projects until December, until we get out of the post-retrograde shadow. But I think that now is a better time from the 29th on to kind of just feel like you can express yourself with more confidence. Then we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Venus in Scorpio in your 5th house will oppose Uranus and Taurus in your 11th. Surprises in romance, excitement, unexpected things. Yes, there could be some instability in relationships or friendships, but I actually feel like it's more good surprises than bad. Try to be adaptable during this time. And then finally on the 30th, we're going to see Venus leave Scorpio and come into Sagittarius in your 6th house, where it's going to be really about, shifting the focus to beautifying your routines. I think it's about finding work that you enjoy, or feeling like you can work out again, or enjoying something about, your health and your wellness. Health, is important, but so are relationships at work. You might be feeling like you're needing to do some relationship kind of healing as well in the 6th house. And I would say watch for distractions here, and try to add variety to your schedule and your everyday life. I think that's going to be really important. So your best days for November as a Cancer rising is the 5th, where you're going to see some social peaks with that full moon. The 11th, where you're going to have a lot more support and also self-support than you're aware of. And the 24th, where there is going to be some really nice creative harmony. Challenging days will be the 7th, where you're going to see some tension with others, the 12th, which is going to bring up some blockages and frustrations, and the 19th, which is going to bring some unpleasant shocks and surprises. But overall, I would say, November for you, Cancer, is emotional, and it brings up a lot of creative themes, and I think they will flourish, as well as romance. I think it makes you very passionate, and there is a sense of really supporting your growth. And that's going to help balance out some of the more kind of disruptive delays energies that we're going to see. I think this is about really nurturing your intuition, and if you do so, it's going to yield major rewards. So with that being said, let's take a look and see what are your cards for the month. What does Cancer need to know for the month of November? The card that you get is the Wheel of Fortune. Wow. This is your card. It's basically saying, get ready, get your horses in order. Listening to your intuition definitely is this. It's guiding you. But I also feel like there's some change coming. There's something's changing. I don't know if there is a change on the home front. I don't know if you're moving. I don't know if another person in the family is needing your assistance. I don't know if you're having to be all hands on deck and handle a situation with a kid. Maybe you're contemplating or considering getting really clear about where you stand in a relationship, because it might involve travel or moving. You're going back and forth between two places. It's also possible that this is about you being like, okay, things feel chaotic, right? Because there's two horses. There's a white horse and a black horse. And they can be feeling like they're going at different speeds. And so this month, you're bringing in the reins a little bit, and you're feeling like you're getting control of the chariot. So instead of feeling like they're kind of taking you everywhere, you're feeling like you have control of the direction of where you see things going, and you're having to kind of plan. Pace yourself this month too. It's not about trying to do everything at one time. I think if you're doing that, you're going to kind of wear yourself out and burn yourself out a little bit. So I think overall it'll be good. I think pulling your card is a really good omen. And I'm excited to see how you guys can really kind of benefit, yourselves in terms of health, but also make more time for the things that you guys love. Okay. Hope that's helpful, Cancer. I'll catch you guys here back next month in December. What's up, Leo and Leo rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what's going on for the month ahead. Obviously, the sun is your chart ruler, so the month is going to kick off with the sun going through Scorpio, and it's going to be there until around the 21st. So major topics for November until then are going to be your house, your home, your family, your living situation, your emotions. And then on the 21st of November, it will move into your 5th house, which is going to be linked to creativity, dating, romance, children, self-employment, all that stuff. So key aspects this month are going to include when Mercury is retrograde conjunct the sun, which will be taking place in the 4th house around the, let's see, what date do I have here? Around the 20th. That's going to give you some key insights in regards to home values, property, family, and resources. Also, when you see the sun in opposition to Uranus on the 21st, where the sun in your 4th house of home is opposing Uranus in the 10th house of career, likely bringing up some surprising changes with home and career and how it's impacting or influencing each other. We will have a new moon this month that will be taking place where the sun and the moon conjunct in Scorpio, and that'll be also in your 4th house. So giving you the opportunity to set intentions revolving around what changes you want to make on the home front over the next 6 months. So the month kicks off with the Mars ingress. So Mars will actually leave Scorpio on the 4th, and it will on the 4th, and it'll go into Sagittarius in your 5th house. Naturally, the 5th house, even though it's Sag, it's a very Leo type of house. So I think that you're going to like Mars in this house. Obviously, at some point, over the next 6 weeks, you'll see trines to your sun, moon, or rising, which I think is actually going to give you a lot more motivation, momentum, feeling really creative and like really bold and confident. Mars deals with traveling, it deals with publishing and teaching. It's also connected to home. So you're kind of, I think, reevaluating or reassessing. If you're traveling, you're wanting to get out of the house. If you're wanting to pack up and move and relocate, if you're wanting to start new programs, or if you're wanting to focus on new things that you're learning, they're all kind of tied together. So Mars going through this house ignites fun and romance for the next six weeks. And I think you're going to see a lot of passionate pursuits. But you can be impulsive when it comes to gambling, romance, younger people, children, that kind of stuff. You might feel like if you have kids, the conversation of kids are going to be a huge topic, whether you have them and you're trying to better kind of navigate, parenting them, or if there's going to be a situation revolving around, finding out you're pregnant or deciding if you're going to expand your family. That can happen for some of you too. So, I think I would just say watch the impulses and try to channel that Mars energy into something that's creative. Then on the 5th, you're going to have a full moon taking place in the sign of Taurus. This will be happening in your 10th house of career. You need to go back, think about what you seeded earlier in the spring when we had the new moon in Taurus, where you were setting intentions revolving around your career, your professional life, or your identity out in the world. Now on the 5th, it comes full circle. So I'm predicting for you guys career peaks, especially anything relating to like media, posting things, making big announcements, stuff like that. And traveling for work can also be another theme. But that full moon is, I think it's pretty. I mean, obviously it squares you by sign. So some Leos and Leo risings are going to feel kind of the pressure of that. But I do think that you may get recognition for what's going on in your career and like what you've been putting into it. You may feel like there's some imbalances going on, obviously, between, also home and what's going on with the career. Something needs to kind of give or change. So you have to find that balance between, your work and your private life. On the 6th of the month, we will see Venus enter into Scorpio in your 4th house. And so Venus going into the 4th house is nice because it is about harmonizing things with family. It is about, decorating or dressing up your space, or it is about getting ready for the holidays or investing in some art or anything kind of connecting to, making your space feel more comfortable. However, the challenge here is that you are going to be in the midst of a Mercury retrograde at the same time. So like Venus goes in and it's like, all right, well, I want to move or I want to buy furniture. And some of you guys may do that. I think it's going to be more about focusing on having harmony with relationships with people at home. So whether it's your spouse that you live with, your family, it could be your roommates, focus on that and know that Venus in Scorpio is intense, and it does bring up intensity in relationships and change and transformation. So where your career, is maybe changing because your home is going to be changing, or vice versa. Then you're going to see Uranus retrograde back into Taurus. That's going to be happening on the 7th of the month. So it's interesting that Venus goes in here. You have a full moon showing the balance, and then you're going to have lots of oppositions to Uranus in your 10th house. I mean, this means that it's shaking up or changing up, something revolving around your stability in your career. It could be positive changes. So it could mean that you're making a new career announcement. It could mean that you're choosing a new innovative kind of career path. Just the cons are, they can come very suddenly and unexpectedly, and fixed signs don't like that. And so it's about kind of adapting to some of the changes in your professional life. Then on the 7th, Venus in Scorpio comes into a square with Pluto in Aquarius in your 7th house. So Venus in the 4th house could be like a woman at home, a family member, a financial situation at home that's kind of bringing up some pressure in a relationship. It can also be pushing a partner to change. So I'm kind of like, for many of you guys, it's going to be about tensions in home versus relationships. And so it can give you the opportunity to heal something, that's very deep. But it can also bring up, I think, lots of conflicts in relationships, and it's about learning how to communicate and work through some of these changes. Like some of you guys are like, okay, to make the relationship work, I got to move, which means I got to change my job, and how that's going to impact me, and like, are we ready for that? And needing to kind of navigate some of the changes in relationships and how that's kind of correlating to what's happening in your private and your home life. So definitely try to kind of keep a cozy, comfortable home vibe to kind of navigate that pressure. And communicate if you can. Then we're going to see on the 9th of the month, Mercury will station retrograde in Sagittarius. So Mercury turns retrograde in the 5th house, where there is a reworking, rethinking of what you're investing yourself into with 5th house topics, romantic partners, creative projects, anything revolving around your goals when it comes to maybe dating or self-employment. So it's a good time to rethink creativity. It's also a time to go back and refine art or any kind of creative projects. Try to be mindful that there can feel like there is a block here, a creative block, a romantic block, and we want to use this to kind of like edit whatever we're working on. Now on the 11th of the month, Jupiter turns retrograde in Cancer. So it'll be turning retrograde for the next several months in your 12th house of the subconscious. So it's more spiritual, it's more reflective. It might mean that you're needing more time to kind of edit, organize, or work on creative projects behind the scenes. It could also mean that if you have kids, touch wood, if they're having any health-related issues, let's say they get cold or is sick or something, you may be up with them, or you may have like lost sleep with Jupiter retrograde, or if you have a kid going through a health issue and you have to take them to see a doctor or a practitioner, just keep an eye on their health. Because Jupiter could represent with the retrograde having to like take them to go and see, like a doctor, and like doing it in the middle of the night, or doing it and impacting your sleep cycle or schedule. I think with Jupiter trine Saturn, it's reflective and very emotional, and it's introspective. And so you're working on the subconscious, and it's also supporting changes in your finances. And it does bring you with this trine spiritual wisdom, but it can come with isolation. So meditate, but don't kind of isolate yourself from other people. On November 12th, you're going to see Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars in your 5th house. And so you may be one of the people that's hearing back from people from the past, romantic partners, or people you've dated casually. This is about fiery, creative ideas. I do think that what it can bring up for some of you guys is bold expression, but also like rashness. So you need to focus in what you're working on, how you're communicating. Try to be patient, especially if romantic partners or children are getting kind of testy with you. On the 18th of the month, Mercury retrogrades back into Scorpio, so it'll go back into your 4th house where it was kind of trekking through in October and into early November. What this basically means for you guys is that there is a sense to go back in going into the 4th house and like working something out. So maybe you're reviewing family talks. Maybe you're trying to get resolution in regards to a home, a property, or a lease matter. The cons is that there could be misunderstandings with family, especially about money and property. And also there could be changes going on with cost of living, like rent and expenses with a home. So, just try to listen and like think everything through before you commit to anything. Then you will see on the 19th, Mercury in the 4th house of Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus in the 10th house. Surprises and changes with home that's going to be impacting your career or impacting your ability to be showing up to work or being consistent. Yes, it's disruptive. Try to be flexible. It almost looks like whatever's going on the home front needs your attention more. And it may feel like it's kind of creating some instability at work or sidelining some things, but it's just temporary. Then you're going to see a new moon coming in on the 19th in the 4th house in Scorpio. So this is where you're really focusing on renewing your roots, organizing your home, looking for a new space, fresh starts with your home. I really recommend, trying to enhance relationship communication or family communication during this time. I think it can be beneficial for you. And this is also going to be a time where it would be good to declutter. Yes, there can be a lot of emotions that can come up with the moon in Scorpio, so watch for that. We will see on the 20th, the Sun-Mercury conjunction in Scorpio in your 4th. Really important for you because you're the sun and Mercury represents your values, what you want. I've told all my Leo and Leo risings, go clean your garage, clean out your kitchen, declutter things, get rid of things. It'll make you money. It'll also help you make it easier if you're planning on moving or if you're planning on going somewhere new. You'll have like a lighter load to kind of move. But this could also be a time where you're clarifying family matters and trying to have a better understanding of your emotions. The only key here is that you can be really overthinking, oh, should I buy this? Should I not buy that? Do I put up this wallpaper? Do I put up that wallpaper? Let me just make it easy for you guys. If you didn't already sign a lease and you didn't already decide to buy a house or get new furniture or make a change in your living situation before, let's say the beginning of November, then wait until December, right? Think it through if you can, or try to negotiate, can I go month to month, or can I have an extension on my lease, or can I do something temporary? Try not to do anything permanent with some of these retrogrades. Be flexible. All right, and then on the 21st, you're going to see the sun in Scorpio coming into an opposition with Uranus, more oppositional energy between home and kind of career. So hang in there. There's a lot of changes going on. I think that this is really about tensions in your foundation and how you're really feeling like you need that liberation with your career. You almost be like, there's so much going on at home. I need to go to work. I need a break from this, or I don't want to feel like I have to be like working from home. I need to kind of get out and about. So maybe, you feel like there's a little bit of instability between these two departments, but it's also about being more innovative and trying to find a way to see or, materialize the changes at work that you need. And it might mean you have to change something on the home front. Then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, the sun enters into Sagittarius, much better territory for you, Leo, boosting joy, helping you really focus on playful energy, children, dating, creative projects. Watch your ego a little bit, but definitely create while you're in this phase for the next several weeks. Then we will see Mercury, while it continues its retrograde on the 24th, coming into a conjunction with Venus in the 4th house. And so this is interesting because there can be a sense of feeling like, okay, I have now fixed everything or worked through everything on the home front. Now I can be more focused on my career. It can also be sweet home reviews, harmonious family relationships. Maybe you're dealing with the past, but this is really about bonding with other people. And then on the 27th of the month, you're going to see that Saturn stations direct in Pisces. It ends its retrograde. Now it's going to be moving forward. And it's in your 8th. So it's about, structures when it comes to intimacy. It's also going to be showing you better joint financial stability. If you've been stuck in regards to an investment matter, a tax matter, trying to kind of deal with an inheritance or anything like that, now it's going to begin to move forward. I think that it will provide stability, but there still is a sense of some limits that are kind of still coming up with, Saturn being in the 8th. They're more emotional or in terms of psychological limits. And then on the 29th, you're going to see Mercury station direct in Scorpio. So the Mercury retrograde's over in your home zone. Yay. A little bit of it will linger until mid-December with the post-shadow. But I see this as a time where now there can be a better family flow. Now you're going to feel more confident with moving, or if you have moved, now you're going to feel more settled. You can sign leases. You can be more in consideration of buying homes and making some big home or family changes. And you're going to find on the 29th, Venus in your 4th house is going to oppose Uranus. So basically this means that, there is some kind of surprises that's kind of been happening or kind of switching things up at work that's been impacting your home. And the pros is there's changes, and the cons is there's shocks. but you're learning to adapt to this whole new work and kind of like home or family living dynamic. So something's got to give, basically. I'm wondering what it is. Are you feeling really stressed because you're kind of torn between, family responsibilities and also work? Are you thinking about relocating for work? That kind of stuff comes up a lot in your chart. And I think you'll be dealing with that pretty much all month long. Then you're going to find on the 30th of the month, Venus ingresses into Sag, which you will also like because this is really adding fun romance into the equation, cutting loose, having a good time, being more adventurous, maybe indulging a little bit. That's possible, but I would just say enjoy yourself. And it's really good for those of you guys who are single or you're looking to kind of mix and mingle. Quite a month for the fixed signs. I would say, like, especially if you're later degrees, I would say really actually anything from like 19 to 29 degrees. If you have anything 19 to 29 degrees of Leo, you're impacted by the Uranus stuff, you're impacted by the Cazimi stuff, you're impacted by the moons. So hang in there, Leo. You're the missing piece. If you notice, there's transiting planets in, Scorpio, Aquarius, and Uranus. So you are responding to all of these changes, and it's like lighting your chart up like a Christmas tree. So you guys will have to let me know what happens. But home and creativity is the focus this month. That is what gets energized. I think if you're renewing bonds and adding a little bit more time for kind of playful boosts, this will offset some of the more professional kind of disruptions or the emotional intensities that can kind of come through. Remember that confidence shines through if you're being a little bit more adaptive in the month of November. All right, well, let's take a look at your cards for the month. Let's ask the tarot, what does Leo need to know for November 2025? What do you want to tell them? The card that I get is the Six of Cups. Reconnection, renewal, reconciliation. Who are you reconciling with? Mercury's retrograde in your fifth. Are you reconciling with a kid? Are you reconciling with a romantic partner? Is it a family member? Maybe there's been some beef with a family member and you're trying to smooth it over. I mean, all things are possible. The fourth house can be your father-in-law, by the way, right? So it could be for some of you guys, but I think it's about getting back into learning how to be gentle, innocent, creative, having fun. Could be a romantic reunion. This could also indicate that you're kind of like reminiscing a lot. Like if those of you guys who are like going through your house and you're moving, you're looking at pictures, you're looking at albums, you're looking at knickknacks and things, and you're like, remember when they were little, or remember when we were kids? There is this like nostalgia that I think is going to come up, and that's very common with retrogrades in the fourth house. It's about your memory. And sometimes painful memories come up, but also it's coming up to give you an opportunity to heal it and kind of purge it and like have better connections and better unions moving forward. So it's through being kind of vulnerable and talking about what's being dug up in the past, it's going to help you kind of get it out of your system and focus on healing. So watch for opportunities to be able to do that. I wonder if you guys are going to have some relationship rekindling. You guys will have to let me know. And I will catch you guys back here in the month of December. What's up, my Virgo and Virgo risings? Welcome back to my channel. This is your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you about this month because Mercury is going retrograde. So obviously this is the time to pay attention because you guys are ruled by Mercury, and there are a ton of Mercury aspects this month. Okay, so there's a lot of them. But Mercury actually is going to be starting the month in Scorpio, and then it's going to be moving into Sagittarius. I actually think that's happening. Actually, I take that back. I think that happened at the end of October, going into the beginning of November, right around the end of the month. But it's going to be predominantly, kind of going retrograde between your fourth and your third house. So it starts off in your fourth house. It's going to go retrograde on November the 9th. And it's going to retrograde back into Scorpio, and that'll happen on November the 18th. So it starts in the home zone, roommates, parents, where you were born, your family, your emotions, your living situation, and it's going to go into the third house, which is going to deal with communication, contracts, leases, cars, siblings, and it's a little topsy-turvy. Now, it will go direct on the 29th of November, and that will be in Scorpio. Positives is that it's going to get some of the more yummy trines to Jupiter and also Saturn and Neptune. So it can really help you gain more clarity about what's going on with your relationships and also your goals or your social life. But there may be a need to go back and deal with the past during a retrograde. So it's direct on the 29th, but you'll still feel the lingering effects of the Mercury retrograde until about mid-December, the post-shadow. And this is really about revising family ideas and maybe moving. We are going to see that some of the main aspects to watch for is that on November 12th, Mercury will be conjunct Mars, which is an aspect you already briefly saw in October, except this time it's in Sag. And so it's in a sign that it's a bit debilitated and it's going to be squaring you by sign. What this means is that there's going to be some really intense heated home debates. That could be with parents, that could be with partners, that could be with landlords, that could be delays with moving, buying, renovating, fixing homes. Issues with that can kind of come up, or with relatives. And then we're going to see some oppositions taking place. So Mercury will retrograde back into Scorpio and it will oppose Uranus in your 9th. And that's going to bring up obviously some, shocking conversations or unexpected travel or legal matters. And then it will come into conjunction with the sun on the 20th, and that's going to provide some kind of clarity, but it does look like there is a transformation of the mind. And then on the 24th, it's going to conjunct Venus. So quite a crazy month for those of you guys who are ruled by Mercury. You and Gemini are in the trenches together this month. So I'll break it down for you and give you guys a little bit of insight to what these mean. But when you hear Mercury transits, you need to pay attention. You are one of the signs that I don't advise buying a house, selling, moving, signing a lease. I wouldn't do that. If you guys have already initiated this prior to the beginning of November, that's fine. You might just see some delays, and I would say make sure that you know where things are being put, label boxes. Be really careful when it comes to also booking travel or buying cars or dealing with vehicles. And some of you guys are going to be considering moving back home or traveling back home to visit family, or you're going back and forth with relatives. All right, so the month kicks off on the 4th of November when Mars enters into Sagittarius. So it'll spend about 6 weeks here. Mars rules your 3rd house of communication, short distance travel, movement, learning, siblings, and also anything that deals with documents, shared resources, that kind of stuff. Mars in the 4th house, you need to have a to-do list. Otherwise, there can be some tension in the home. So if there's stuff you've been meaning to fix or upgrade, I recommend doing it. This does energize your home, but it does bring some tension. So if you can be thinking about future renovations, if you are updating some minor things, if you are wanting to do some yard work or things around the home, it's also a time where you're wanting to transform something about your home and family relationships. This is positive, but Mars can bring, conflict throughout this transit. So focus on your to-do list, and it'll neutralize some of the heavier energies of Mars. Fights are pretty common at home when you see that transit. Now, there will be a full moon in Taurus taking place on the 5th. This will take place in your 9th house in a fellow sister Earth sign. And a full moon in the 9th house is really highlighting the seeds that you planted in the spring of this year. So the 9th house is like peak belief time. There is clarity in regards to education or travel. Maybe it means that you're graduating a program, or you're getting ready to publish something or put something out. Maybe it means you're spending money on travel. I don't know. But whatever it is, likely like a full moon here, you're either planning a trip or you're going somewhere, or there is some kind of graduation of sorts, especially when it comes to some of the bigger goals or your beliefs about life. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Venus ingress into Scorpio, and that means that it'll leave your 2nd house and go into your 3rd house, where it does provide sweeter communication and connections. It means that there can be charming conversations, better negotiations. Scorpio is intense, so I think it's good to really write out and think everything through before you make any serious commitments, especially for matters of the heart, or anything that's financial as well. Some of you guys are going to want to indulge in spending money on short distance trips, vehicles, or gadgets. Now, Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus on November 7th into your 9th house in a fellow Earth sign. This brings up lots of shakeups and adventure. It can mean that there is, unique opportunities to travel or learn. There can be some glitches. Things can feel a little spontaneous. It might be some spontaneous travel that's impacting your work or your scheduled routine. It could also mean where continuing education is doing the same. My advice is just try to keep an open mind. This is actually a rather great transit for you guys. Some of you guys are thinking about going back to school or continuing education to kind of make a segue in your career, and this could be a good time to do it. Now, on the 7th of November, you're going to see Venus coming into a square with Pluto. So Venus will be in your 3rd house, and it's going to square Pluto in your 6th. This is a little intense. It does bring up tensions in communication that's affecting your routine. So the way that you're communicating with siblings, the way that you're communicating on, a email or something, like having some intense exchanges with people at work. There's like a little bit of a bite to how we communicate when you have it in these particular houses. So watch for opportunities for research. There can be deep ideas. We want to think everything through because there can be some arguments, particularly with siblings, neighbors, or people that are connected to the health field or at work. Try to be diplomatic if you can. Then on November 9th, Mercury begins its retrograde in your 4th house of home. This basically means that now you're rethinking home. So some of you guys are going to go, am I going home for Christmas? Am I moving back home? Am I moving out of one place and going into another? Is it time to buy a home? Is it time to sell a home? Everything will slow down because of the retrograde. So it's better for home improvements. Watch for delays in travel or issues with communication with people at home or with family. This is about revisiting old family topics. I mean, this is a very similar retrograde to what we had last year. We had a Mercury retrograde in the same sign. So you might want to think about what happened in the fall of 2024. What did you do differently? Were you thinking about moving? Is that coming back up for you again? And I look at this and I'm like, well, at the very least, it'll give you the opportunity to kind of go and check out some other places if you're considering making a home change. All right, so then we are going to see on the, 11th, Jupiter stations retrograde in Cancer. This will be happening in your 11th house of friends or anything connecting with your social life. It means that you become a little bit more introspective about your goals as well as your relationship with certain social groups. You might reconnect with people you haven't seen for a while. It is about having support in partnerships because it's also trining Saturn. And this is about wise bonds, and it does kind of slow things down a little bit. Like you might feel like you're not feeling as willing or likely to get out there and connect, but also, the Mercury retrograde is tied to Jupiter. So your goals around home and family are changing, or maybe you're moving in or moving back in with family or with friends. Maybe you're in town to visit family, and then you can see friends you haven't seen in a while, that kind of stuff. And that can also enhance or improve relationships as well with the trine to Saturn in your 7th. All right, let's see. So next we have Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars in Sagittarius. So we saw the Mercury-Mars conjunction at the end of October. That was in Scorpio. This one's going to happen now in the 4th house. So you have a little bit of like a bite to how you communicate here. Basically, with Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars, there can be very fiery, feisty talks or conflicts with people at home. It's good if you want to be assertive. It's not great if you are, instigating fights, if you're getting riled up. You need to also be careful with any accidents that could happen while moving, maybe conflicts that you have with siblings or with neighbors, and definitely keep an eye out for anything that's like heat or electrical. Like if you're using the stove or the oven, make sure you're turning it off. If you are needing to kind of do some upkeep and get rid of some brush or anything like that. Because Mars, can be about fire. And it can mean that you are swiftly, shifting directions with your home goals because both of these are retrograde. Anyway, a little intense. I would say watch for the fights. And then Mercury is going to retrograde back into Scorpio on the 18th of the month. This will be going back into your 3rd house, so it's kind of retrekking where it's been since October. And this is going to give you the opportunity to review learning, review documents, reevaluate where you're traveling, where you would potentially want to live. It is great for refining things. You could see some breakdowns with vehicles or with gadgets, so watch for that. But it is good for going back over documents and agreements and like renegotiations. It's also good for reviewing something that you've studied or getting some extra studying in. Now, Mercury will then come into an opposition in Scorpio with Uranus and Taurus. What's going to happen here is that there is tension between your third and your ninth house. So there could be sudden ideas, sudden travel. There could be breakthroughs in communication or traveling or learning or legal matters. And there could definitely be a little bit of confusion, and you could be like, wait, I didn't see this coming, you know, and like you have to pivot some kind of travel or education plan. Then there will be a new moon in Scorpio on November 19th in your third house, where you can set new intentions in regards to, you know, a fresh mind, new communication. There is always intensity with Scorpio, but I think that this is a time where if you want to launch a website, put together a blog, if you want to get back into journaling, if you want to focus on, you know, better communication, this would be the time that you want to do that. And we've also got here, then we're going to have the, let's see, Sun conjunct Mercury in Scorpio in your third. This is important for you because it can be a conversation about something you're releasing and letting go of. I see this as a time where you're going to be able to clarify your thoughts better. There can be mental fatigue. You can be really exhausted. You could feel like you need a break and like you don't really feel like communicating with people, that you need some time alone to just rest and recuperate. And then on the 21st, you're going to see the Sun in Scorpio in opposition to Uranus in Taurus. And what's going to kind of come up here is there is tension that's happening, obviously, in communication or the mind. And maybe there's some travel disruptions, maybe there's some scheduling changes. You need to kind of stay flexible and kind of like be open-minded with where you could go or what you could learn. On the 21st of the month, the Sun ingresses into Sagittarius, so it will then move into your fourth house of home and family. What this means is now you're focusing on your roots. Now you're focusing on your home, your family. So it's good for security. There can be a lot of demands or a lot of things that are being expected of you when it comes to your home and family dynamic. And there can be a sense of feeling like, all right, well, you know, let's get together, let's gather, let's kind of celebrate and like be with family. The Sun can represent kind of resting and retreating or feeling like you're taking some necessary downtime to kind of handle a family matter. I think with this one, it's about gathering and like, you know, being around other people that can support you so you don't feel like you're alone. You will see on the Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in Scorpio on the 24th. This is about focusing on your roots. This is also going to be about harmonious ideas, charming communication, maybe feeling a little indecisive when it comes to what you want or how you feel or who you love. And this is about really rethinking anything revolving around your values or your finances. So it can mean that something is coming your way or you're receiving some kind of like check or something in the mail or some positive financial transaction that's going to benefit you. We're going to have then on the 27th, Saturn stations direct in Pisces. So this is the conclusion and the completion of the Saturn retrograde in your 7th house. If you happen to have, I would say like, you know, 25 to 29 degrees Virgo, you're under a very rare and unusual Saturn-Neptune opposition. So the fact that these planets have been opposing you has been exhausting in the relationship department, whether you're having challenges in the relationship you're in or you're struggling to find somebody. Now Saturn is going to go direct. So this means that it's going to help you better structure your relationship. So commitments can be stronger, relationships can be fortified, maybe, you know, whatever restrictions that have been kind of coming up now come back up again, and you're learning how to redefine or newly define relationships. Now Mercury will also go direct on the 29th. This will be happening in your 3rd house. So there's going to be better communication. You can resume certain commitments. You can sign contracts. Your mind is going to be sharper. Maybe you're feeling like you're having to play catch up with some stuff. So that's kind of expected. But the Mercury retrograde is over, so the communication will improve for you. And let's see, what else do we have? We've got on the 30th, Venus is going to ingress into Sagittarius. And as it moves into Sagittarius in your 4th house, this is really creating a warm, kind of beautiful, harmonizing home space. It's cozy. Watch for overdoing it or like spending too much on home and family themes. Maybe you're going to be decorating, getting ready for the holidays. That's a good way of using it. And let's see. You're also going to see on the 29th, I missed this one, sorry guys, the Sun in Scorpio is going to oppose Uranus in Taurus. This is going to bring some surprises in learning or travel. So watch for excitement, but also there can be shocks and surprises revolving around traveling or issues with siblings or neighbors. Now, I think your guys' best days this month are going to be the 11th of November because you're going to have a lot of social support. I like the 20th because I think it's going to give you better mental clarity. And I also like the 24th because there could be sweeter communication. However, the 7th is really difficult for communication tensions. Watch for arguments at home or with family on the 12th. And there is going to be some shocks and surprises that feel a little uncomfortable, especially in terms of travel or education on the 19th. But all in all, your monthly kind of review is that it's really about refining the way that you think, refining the way that you communicate, and also your relationship to home in some capacity. I think that this can be bringing insightful revisions, really reevaluating your relationships, figuring out how to communicate better, not being so impulsive with communication. And remember that this is a month where, yes, there can be disruptions and delays, but don't focus so much on that. Give yourself some time and some grace. Know that precision is important and you're trying to find how to be more precise in, how you communicate, how you plan things. That is what's actually going to bring progress. So embrace the Mercury retrograde this month. All right, so with that being said, let's take a look and let's see what the cards say for my Virgos and my Virgo risings, what you guys should be expecting for the month of November 2025. What does Virgo need to know? The card that you get is the Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles. So taking stock in what you do, right? Like where you're spending your time, who you're spending your time with, where you're spending your money, and kind of being like, okay, I'm planting all these seeds, like what's going to grow? And the new moon in Scorpio in your third house is about really getting clear about that stuff. I feel like for many of you guys, it's maybe doubting the process. That's like, oh, if I'm making a move, is it a good move? If I am buying this car or buying this house, is it a good move? And like, I'm not going to candy coat it. This to me feels a little chaotic because if you really want to see some big changes when it comes to your home zone, you have to change the way you communicate and the way that you think. And maybe your goals are shifting, revolving around what you want in the long term. And maybe you're willing to make some sacrifices, or maybe you're scaling back in some capacity. But this can be a good thing because you're planning for some of your long-term goals. And I know you guys have been having a lot of like topsy-turvy things happening with Uranus in your 10th house. So career has been changing a bit. And these retrogrades are still kind of in opposition to your midheaven. So if you really want to have some of the freedom and some of the new beginnings in a professional sense next year, yes, you may feel like you need to make some changes in the home zone. So be thinking long and hard about your long-term goals, not just your short-term kind of like what I want now. And try to do your best to kind of keep the peace with family and wrap everything in bubble wrap if you guys are moving. Because there can be some things that can get broken or some stuff that can kind of happen. So you need to make sure that everything is kind of accounted for and you know where things are and you're communicating very well if you happen to be traveling or in the midst of a move. Virgo, let me know what happens. I am definitely curious to see how these Mercury transits impact you. I'll catch you guys back here next month in December. Good luck. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you about the month ahead. And of course, we're going to start with Venus. So being your chart ruler, we got to keep an eye on where Venus is. She's actually going to start the month moving through Scorpio in your second house. This is pretty much going to be keeping your mind on your money, your resources, your values, anything revolving around your self-esteem and your spending power. Now, that will be leaving your first house on November 6th and going into your second. So the first couple of days of November is sweet because you've still got Venus in the late degrees of your sign. And then on the 6th, she moves into your second house where your mind's on your money. And on the November 30th date, we're going to see then Venus leave your second house and move into Sagittarius in your third. Now, there's no retrogrades involving Venus, but there are some Venus squares and oppositions that you're going to need to watch out for. On the 7th of November, we're going to see Venus in Scorpio in your second house coming into a square with Pluto and Aquarius in your fifth. Likely there's some tension going on revolving around taking risks, creative projects, anything involving also, I think, like self-tension and self-worth matters. And then we will see Venus coming into conjunction with Mercury retrograde, which will be taking place in Scorpio. That conjunction will happen in Scorpio on the 24th of November, where you're reevaluating your budgets, your spending, or financial habits. And then we will see on the 29th of November, Venus in Scorpio in your second house in opposition to Uranus and Taurus, where there is going to be some financial surprises. So definitely keep your ears open for those Venus transits. Now the month is going to kick off on November the 4th as Mars leaves Scorpio and goes into your third house of the mind. This is about short distance trips, your local community and environment, your siblings, your neighbors, and your relationship to these things. So it's going to speed up communication, and I think it's positive because you can become a lot more assertive, or you could be studying, you could be planning short distance trips, going for drives, and doing any kind of like communication work with other people as Mars rules your resources and also your relationships. The downside is that it can definitely bring up some debates and some conflict with third house people, so neighbors, siblings, that kind of stuff. And I would just say think before you act and think before you make any kind of commitments, particularly short distance trips. Now on the 5th of November, you're going to have a full moon in Taurus taking place in your 8th house of joint finances, anything revolving around intimacy, secrets, transformation. So positive is that the moon actually does very well in Taurus, but when it's in the 8th house, it definitely does bring up major, themes involving your shared resources, intimacy. Major revelations can kind of come up regarding trust. Who can you trust? What can you trust? And Venus is going to be hanging around your sign in the late degrees. So that does seem to kind of imply or like indicate that this is really highlighting, do you trust your money with other people? Are you investing with other people? What have you given to other people? And it's going to put a huge spotlight on any joint finances. Now, this would be a good time to, audit, take a look at your expenses, your budgeting, and also any debt-related matters. This is sometimes a full moon where something comes due. Now, on the 6th of November, Venus leaves your sign, dips into Scorpio, and moves through the second house. And honestly, Venus does very well in this house. It is like a Venusian house. The second house for you guys is going to kind of put a highlight with this transit on anything connecting to intensification of earnings, spending money, your valuable kind of objects. Maybe it means that you're indulging in things that are going to be a little bit more expensive. It can also mean that you're spending a lot. So be mindful of how much you're spending on second house stuff. This could be food. This could also be things revolving around personal style, that kind of thing. And I think that this is a time to really be more focused on investing rather than spending. Now, on the 7th of November, Uranus is going to retrograde back into the sign of Taurus. It's going to dip back into your 8th house of joint finances and intimacy. What this will do is really shake up anything in regards to joint finances, whether that is, involving stocks or bonds or anything connecting to banking. It could also be bringing up some kind of final conclusion in the months ahead, revolving around child support, spousal support, insurance matters, inheritance matters, that sort of stuff. So it does shake up intimacy. It can give you some insights, but it can also bring up some potential losses. So it's important to be really focused on how you can kind of secure any joint investments. Now on the 7th of the month, you're going to see Venus in your second house in Scorpio come into a square with Pluto in your 5th house of Aquarius. This is a day that you need to be mindful of because there can be tension that's coming up involving your values versus your joy. What are you investing in? What are you buying versus does it actually bring you happiness? Does it bring you fulfillment? Do you feel creatively fulfilled? And it's good for transformation, but there could be some issues revolving around what you can and cannot control when it comes to risky matters of the heart, children, or romantic relationships. I think the key here is just to really focus on balance. And if you're wanting to transform what it means to create, it's about doing it in a way that doesn't make you feel like you have to accumulate or kind of break the bank. Now we get into the 9th of November, where Mercury begins its retrograde in Sagittarius in your third house, and it will eventually retrograde back into Scorpio. So it's almost like before you make commitments, and a lot of signs will find this month that it's like, ooh, I can make a risky decision or I can do something quickly. We may actually regret that. So with, Mercury going retrograde in the third house, it's going to be touching on topics that are connected to rethinking, readjusting, what we're planning, especially when it comes to buying cars, signing leases, planning short distance trips. There could be miscommunications with siblings. There could be also a sense of reorganizing or reworking something about like an online platform. So if you want to update a website, go back to writing a blog. If you want to revise or, change something that you're writing, it's a good transit for that. The only challenge is that like there can be glitches. You can have glitches with technology. You can have issues with vehicles. This is a time to really back up any of your digital documents or anything that you have on like clouds or anything that you have saved because things can go missing. Mercury is tied to your 12th and also your 9th house. There could also be some unexpected kind of travel delays that can kind of come up here as well. Read the fine print with this Mercury retrograde. Now on the 11th of the month, you're going to see that Jupiter will turn retrograde in your natal 10th house of career and reputation. Thankfully, this Mercury retrograde is kind of tied to the Jupiter retrograde. So it is saying that there may be a rethinking of how you're approaching media or how you're approaching writing or something revolving around learning or websites. Your mind might be shifting in regards to how you want to work or how you want to present yourself. And I see this as a time where it's actually supportive because Jupiter is in a trine with Saturn in Pisces in your 6th. So for a lot of you guys, this is really kind of going to be you looking at your career going, okay, I have to be more introspective about how I'm navigating some of my professional aspects. It is going to be better supported through having like good routines and having support at work or rethinking your schedule. And I also feel like this is a time to really be wise when it comes to making career decisions. Slow down, focus on timing and planning for long term. Good time to make updates to your career, your health, or your habits. Now on the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius retrograde conjunct Mars. This is spicy for everybody because we saw a Mercury-Mars conjunction that actually happened in Scorpio earlier in October. So you might want to think back to the second half of October with what happened there. Maybe some impulsive decisions regarding, money, purchasing, valuable objects. Now it's going to make the same conjunction, but in Sagittarius. So Mars rules relationships and your money. Mercury is going to represent changing of your mind or renegotiating something. Some of you guys might be contemplating changing a vehicle, moving, signing a lease. I would be like, these are not good things to do during the Mercury retrograde. Unfortunately, I feel like it could create some delays or a need to kind of renegotiate something. So I anticipate for you that this is going to be a lot of you guys going, okay, I have fiery ideas. I want to launch something now. I want to do it immediately. It feels bold, and some of the things that you say or some of the things that you plan can be a little rash. Take this time to just pump the brakes and edit or rethink something. And then on the 18th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury will go back into Scorpio in your second house, where it's going to be going and backtracking through where it was in October. This is a time where it's going to be now about reviewing your money, and it's also going to be about reviewing or reevaluating things that you have lost. So missing objects can kind of come back up now, or you're reevaluating what changes or what you have lost in resources, which could be regained later in the month, believe it or not. This is also, I think, interesting because there can be errors that can be coming up with money, overspending, not getting refunds, there being blind spots and things that you're paying for that you didn't realize are coming out of your account. So watch for that. And on the 19th of the month, Mercury in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. So this is financial surprises. I think there could be new ideas about how to tackle budgeting or money-related themes, but there can be shocks and surprises. So this is a day that you want to be prepared financially, that there could be some changes going on with your financial situation. Now, on the 19th of the month brings a new moon in Scorpio in your natal second house of money. So you're planting new seeds when it comes to your new financial future. It does say that it is a good time for, focusing on financial opportunities. Obviously, there can be some cons. It can mean that there are some risks. I think that this is still saying, hey, Libra rising, you have to budget. You have to be really mindful of what's going out the door. I've told a lot of my Libra risings, and I'm going to say Scorpio risings too, if you're making big purchases in November or big money moves, keep the receipts, keep the tags, because I feel like you might feel like you make a purchase and it's something you really wanted, and then you see that you could have gotten a better deal, or actually you realize it didn't bring you a lot of joy, or that you bit off too much than you could chew financially with a purchase. So just consider that. But set your money intentions on that new moon on the 19th and really focus on budgeting and not taking as many risks. Now, on the 20th, there will be a Sun-Mercury cazimi where Mercury will conjunct the Sun, and this is actually pretty fortuitous. It's a good aspect. Even though Mercury represents your 12th house and the 9th, it could mean that there is a twist of fate when it comes to your financial situation. It's also helping you clarify some of your money goals and your values, and I do think that it can provide some insight, maybe a little overly analytical. Still a good time to kind of reflect on where you stand with things financially and ultimately what you need for security. On the 21st, you will then see the Sun in your second house of Scorpio opposing Uranus and Taurus in your 8th house of other people's resources. So this does bring tension with money. This does mean that there is a bit of a clash in regarding, goals. Do we spend or do we save? There could be a bit of like a financial stalemate that's going on with you and another person. And tension with money. So the positive is that Uranus always brings liberation. The con is that there is some instability or there is some kind of anxiety revolving around money. And this is about diversifying your assets and not feeling like you're putting all your eggs in one basket. On the 21st of the month, the Sun will ingress into Sagittarius, going into your 3rd house of the mind. So this boosts curiosity, short distance trips, traveling, learning. I do feel like this can be a time where you're feeling a little bit more chatty. There could be more emphasis on siblings, extended relatives, and short trips. But it can also feel like mental overload. And this is a time that you really want to focus on networking because the Sun is connecting to that, getting feedback from friends and also people in your community for support. Now, Mercury retrograde on the 24th of November will retrograde. It will conjunct Venus in your second house, which is really important to you. So Venus is going through your second house of resources. Maybe something was lost, is recovered or it's found. It also makes me feel like this can be a time where there is some major shifts revolving around your money reviews, and it's actually positive. I do think that you can deal, you can negotiate. I think that there is a lot of dealing with the past through the Mercury retrograde. And this is trying to find like a middle ground between what is yours and what is somebody else's. On the 27th of November, Saturn stations direct in Pisces. So it will conclude its retrograde. This means that essentially now the structures relating to health, your daily routine, or your work can now move forward. And you're going to have more discipline with your health. Maybe you feel like you have more work. Maybe you feel like you still need some support. My advice here is to organize, especially because Saturn is connecting to your 4th house and also your 5th. So you're organizing your schedule, your work routine, your health routine, something about the support that you get at home or helping, take care of relatives. Now, Mercury will station direct on the 29th of November, and that means that the Mercury retrograde will conclude in Scorpio in your second house of finances. This does mean that even though early November feels like it's been a little chaotic with money and communication, things start to actually kind of die down and stabilize a bit. Maybe you feel like if there has been a sense of, scaling back with saving money or spending money, maybe there has been a sense of, having some losses, things start to kind of stabilize here. The momentum when it comes to your financial security will increase, and you're going to see that there's still some issues lingering until the shadow is over in mid-December, but now you're feeling more confident in taking action when it comes to buying, spending, any of that stuff. Now on the 29th of the month, Venus in your second house, Scorpio, will oppose Uranus and Taurus, and this you have to watch for because this can bring up obviously some surprises in money and relationship stuff, or your money versus somebody else's. There can be some unexpected expenses. There could also be some changes with joint finances. This is a day where there's going to be a lot of financial volatility. So you want to be flexible and adaptable. Don't make any like knee-jerk reaction kind of purchases or investments or changes with your financial strategy. Then on the 30th of the month, Venus is going to then go into Sagittarius, sitting in your natal third house. And this lightens the mood a little bit. Now you feel like you can enjoy yourself more, you can communicate more freely. Possibly, you're indulging in studying or some short distance trips. Maybe you're considering picking up a new phone, a computer, some gadgets. Maybe you're planning some travel. And the only thing here is like Venus in Sag does need flexibility. It needs some freedom. And so this is a good time to socialize and just connect and communicate with other people, whether that's siblings, friends, or people in your community. I think that your best days, Libra, are going to be the 6th, where there is a value boost that's going to happen. The 11th of November is really good for career support with Jupiter and Saturn trine. Watch for the 29th. There can be some money shocks. Really the tail end of November is when you're going to see it. But I think that this month, it's all about values and communication, right? The retrograde starts in your 3rd and it goes to your 2nd. So you're having to communicate what you value, what you need. I also think that, yes, there can definitely be some situations that can be coming up that feel like they're rattling you a little bit, but it's transformative and there's going to be lots of insightful revisions and communication that's going to outweigh some of the cons, like the surprises and tension with finances. Balance leads to beauty. I think that's the key for you this month, really knowing what you want and what you need. Watch for there being a reconnection with a sibling or with an extended relative or some changes with your travel. That seems to be very, very significant in your chart. Watch your money. This is a month that you don't want to go ham and go overload with your spending. All right, so with that being said, Libra, let's take a look and see what the cards have to say for you. What does the tarot think Libra needs to know this month in November? Ooh, you got the Chariot card. Cancer got that too. Which is interesting because the Cancer card is like full steam ahead, right? And so I just think of like the Mercury retrograde in your 3rd house. So it's like, am I buying a new car? Am I selling a car? Am I going to be moving or am I going to be renewing a lease? Am I going to be, going home to visit family? What's going to happen? So there's a lot of communication stuff here. And I think with Mercury ruling your 12th, there's stuff coming up that you don't, like conversations you don't expect to have. And so I think this is about coming up with a strategy and a game plan for knowing where some of these retrogrades are going to take place. You are one of the signs that I would say, if you do need to sign a lease, if you do need to move, if you need to plan travel, please do that ideally before the beginning of November, but you could really do it before the 9th and it's before the retrograde. Otherwise, there could be some things that are coming up where you could use the retrograde to your benefit to help you renegotiate some of your travel, moving, family, or relocational plans. But listen to your gut, listen to your intuition. Certainly Mercury is tied to that as the ruler of your 12th house. So Libra, I hope it's a good one for you guys. You guys will have to let me know, and I will catch you guys back here in December. What's up, Scorpio and Scorpio rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you're good. And if you happen to be a November Scorpio like me, happy birthday to us. I hope it's a good one for you guys. All right, so you know how this goes. We're going to talk all things relating to Mars and Pluto. Pluto is still direct. Nothing is happening. He is now direct, and he's going to be direct for several months in your 4th house, which is all about changing your emotional home foundational themes. You will see a brief square from your planetary ruler to transiting Venus in your sign. So Venus goes through your 1st house and squares Pluto in your 4th. This can bring some tension when it comes to home and family relationships. We'll get to it. The other thing that really kind of sparks my interest in your chart is going to be Mars. So you will see that Mars will actually leave your sign at the beginning of the month. And on the 4th of November, it's going to go into Sagittarius, where for the next 6 weeks, there's lots of action revolving around money, resources, spending, self-esteem. And you will see throughout that retrograde Mercury, there is going to be a conjunction to Mars, and that'll happen around the 12th of November. A lot of self-debates about what do I need, what do I not need, what do I spend, what do I have money for, what do I not have money for. You are also one of the signs that you need to be very careful when it comes to changes with your finances, making knee-jerk kind of reaction decisions revolving around money. And I would also say be mindful of your words and how you're communicating. That is Mercury. Certainly that's going to bring up some, I think, reassessment of your financial situation. And there's also going to be other things that are kind of peppered in there as well. But hard aspects can be more challenging. So like having Venus square your Pluto, keeping the peace might be challenging, and having Mercury conjunct your Mars means that you may make a purchase or be waiting for some kind of money to come in, or there may be some kind of change revolving around what you value. So be mindful of your budgeting and your expenses this month. All right, so we're going to start off with November 4th, where Mars leaves your sign and it goes into Sagittarius in the second house. This does drive earnings. There is more earning potential here. You're feeling very bold and also very confident when it comes to money matters, but there can be a sense of being impulsive, and that could be with what you're spending, what you're eating, what you're collecting. And the key here, I think, with this transit and with Mercury retrograde will be to save money, not to spend a lot of money. Now, on the 5th of November, you have a full moon in your opposite sign, in the sign of Taurus, in your 7th house. Well, a full moon is a conclusion or a culmination of intentions that you set regarding relationships 6 months ago in the spring of 2025. What this brings up is peak relationship themes, okay? So kind of definitive, what are we doing? Where are we going? Maybe there's a lot of things happening with committed relationships. Maybe there's big changes they're going through. Maybe you're talking about getting engaged or getting married, or maybe there's more intense topics coming up like separation or conflict. So I'll be looking to Venus to see what's kind of going on with Venus at that time. I mean, obviously, Venus will actually be sitting in your 12th house, so it can bring some kind of questioning. Where did they go? What's wrong with them? Why are they, not communicating well with me? Give them a little bit of space, because then on the 6th of November, you're going to see that Venus is going to go into Sagittarius. So that is going to give you the opportunity. Let me backtrack here. Sorry about that. Venus will go into Scorpio. So on the full moon, it's in Libra in your 12th house, where you're like, where are they? Or why are they being kind of like hermity? And then when you get to the 6th of November, you're going to see Venus enter into your sign, which is bringing your 7th house Lord to connection with you. So it should actually promote better relational harmony. All right, so with that being said, that is positive because Venus in your sign, especially if you're a Scorpio rising, it boosts your allure. It does bring more opportunities to feel more magnetic, to focus on your beauty, your routine. It can also make you feel like there is a little bit of like a sexier vibe kind of going on. I think that this actually, can be a lot about self-love too. And you can attract a lot of partners or interests or kind of admirers with Venus in this sign. Now, on the 7th of November, Uranus is going to retrograde back into your 7th house of relationships, where it has been for several years. It's wrapping up its tour here over, the next several months in your house of relationships. So if you happen to have like 29 to 25 degrees of Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, you're under Uranus opposition transit. And there is a lot of surprises and things happening with relationships that you don't see coming. Now, that retrograde does shake up commitments. So it's possible that people from the past can come back. You're reevaluating a relationship. There is still some maybe tension kind of lingering in a relationship. And that can be in a partnership. That can also be with a home or family situation. And I would just say that it does bring excitement. So if you're single, there could be exciting new people and there's like more spontaneity in your love life. However, if you're in a committed relationship and things have felt like there's been some tension, it can promote breakups, separations, or divorces for some signs. The key here is to adapt. So you're adapting to what changes your partners are making or what shifts that they are actually kind of needing and giving them the space to be authentic and be themselves. Now, on the 7th of the month, you will see Venus in your sign, Scorpio, come into a square with Pluto and Aquarius, your chart ruler, in the 4th. This is when you need to watch for. The first house is self, so there's this self-power, self-love, transformation, and empowerment, and how you are kind of navigating power struggles, intensity, relational matters on the home front. So this is a time where, conflict can kind of come up. I think it's about you transforming your relationship to home and family, and looking at it in a different way and trying to smooth over any intense family or relational kind of conflicts. On the 9th of November, you're going to see Mercury station retrograde in Sagittarius. So this is the day that the Mercury retrograde begins. Mercury represents your goals, your friends, and your networks. It's also tied to joint finances, money, and tax matters, intimacy, and inheritance. So the good news is if you're a Scorpio rising who's been going through some challenges with your finances in October going into November, the tide can turn. So you can go from, bleeding out money, not making money, having losses, to suddenly there's a reversal and then money is coming your way. And it's a good time to renegotiate debt, taxes, joint finances, and loans, and try to kind of find a middle ground with other people. The only hiccup here is that, money coming in can slow down. There could be a change in direction with how you're getting paid. This is also a time that you really want to watch for financial errors, and you want to make sure that there's like an audit going on and you're triple checking any of your expenses. Budgeting and scaling back on things, I think, is really important. And your values are likely going to shift during this time as well. Now, Jupiter stations retrograde in Cancer on November 11th. So that's happening in your 9th house and a fellow sister water sign. Obviously, Jupiter deals with your money and your resources. And the fact that it's retrograding in your 9th means that you're kind of saying to yourself, you know what? I think it's time for me to rethink anything that deals with the 9th house. So rethinking my beliefs, rethinking travel expenses, rethinking educational expenses, rethinking something connecting to publishing. So that's rather significant. Positive is that it's going to trine Saturn in your 5th house of creativity, dating, children, and also self-expression. So there's more introspective beliefs through the retrograde in the 9th, supporting your creativity, bringing more wisdom. Maybe you're dealing with a little bit of doubt revolving around travel or your belief system. But I do think that Jupiter retrograde in the 9th is great for traveling or researching something or digging deep and like learning more about something without feeling like you have to physically go somewhere and do it. All right, on the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mercury retrograde will conjunct Mars in Sagittarius. This is an important day for you as you are Mars. So your action is on money or something revolving around your finances or spending money, and Mercury is going to conjunct it, which means you have to think twice. But if you're trying to like consolidate debt, if you're trying to renegotiate a settlement, if you're trying to refinance a loan, or if you're trying to do a balance transfer on a credit card, this is a good time to do it. You may also find that you're going back and forth about what's mine, what's yours type of financial situation with another person. Fiery financial situations. Don't be making any impulsive financial decisions. I do think you're feeling assertive, but you can also be a little rash. So you need to plan and really think about your long-term kind of financial goals and how that's kind of working out or aligning with somebody else's resources. Now, on the 18th of the month, Mercury is going to retrograde back into your sign. And something I think about is in October, Mercury and Mars were conjunct. So likely a lot of you guys were feeling a little spicy with how you're communicating. And maybe you were communicating out of fear. Now you get an opportunity to kind of rework that because Mercury and Mars have conjunct again. And now it's going to go back into your 1st house. Because the Mercury retrograde is in your sign, Scorpios need to be mindful of making dramatic changes to their appearance. They need to be aware of where they're resisting change and communicating and being more kind of vulnerable. And you need to be paying attention to your health because the retrograde is happening in your 1st house. Now, I think that being that it's coming back into, your 1st house, it's going to give you the opportunity to really kind of say, okay, I'm going to review what I think and what I believe in. I'm going to be tapping into my intuition. I'm going to be removing any sense of personal communication issues or confusion. Then we will see Mercury retrograde in your sign in opposition to Uranus and Taurus on November 19th. So Mercury's in the 1st house of self. It's opposing Uranus in the 7th house of others. Woof. Identity surprises. Also, there could be major breakthroughs in how you're relating to other people or how you're communicating with other people. Sure, there can be some relational shocks. Try to ground out your energy and try to be mindful of how you're communicating with other people because you may be resistant to kind of end a certain phase or you're reluctant to kind of end a relationship or make some relationship changes. Then on the 21st of the month, we are going to see that, take that back. On the 20th of the month, there is going to be, gosh, I'm all over the place. Sorry, guys, I have so many notes. On the, on the 19th of the month, you see Mercury in opposition to Uranus. On the 19th of the month, you see a new moon in your sign. So you get this once a year. This gives you the opportunity to focus on planting new seeds when it comes to your health, your identity, your appearance, and your own personal goals. So it's going to be all about you. Good for personal renewal, good for empowerment. I think there's obviously a lot of intensity when planets are in Scorpio, but you are Scorpio, and you really have to really focus on putting all of the intention on yourself. Then on the 20th, we're going to see a Sun-Mercury cazimi, where the Sun will conjunct Mercury. Sun rules your 10th house of career. Mercury is about joint finances, and it's also about some kind of community or public connection. So all eyes are on you, Scorpio. There's something going on around the 19th. That the 19th, the 20th, between the new moon and then the cazimi in your sign, this is going to clarify what your goals and your intentions are, especially when it comes to your career. You might make a big announcement. Maybe there's better self-understanding. There can just be a little bit of like work or just energetic exhaustion. And you really want to find the balance when you're kind of coming through that conjunction. On the 21st, the sun in your sign will come into an opposition with Uranus in your opposite sign, Taurus in your 7th house of relationships. Basically, you know, the sun in the first house has a really strong ego and identity, and it wants to be in charge. And when Uranus is in the 7th house, there's a lot of instability going on with relationships. So there could be a feeling of it's like me against this other person, and I have to stand up and kind of do what's best for me. And there is some turbulence going on with the relationship. Could be a committed partnership, could be a family member. Uranus is tied to your 4th house. I do think for a lot of you guys, this will definitely bring up a need for independence, and there could be some conflict. So you want to just try to kind of keep the peace and take a day or so to let things kind of cool off, because there could be some kind of unexpected happenings with other people. On the 21st of the month, you're going to see the sun ingress into Sagittarius, where now it's lighting up your financial zone. Obviously, this makes you very focused on money and values. And the positive is that like it could bring you financial security. You just need to watch out for greed, and you really want to prioritize budgeting, not just, you know, buying and spending. And keep in mind that Mercury is still retrograde tied to this house. So even though it's back in your first, it's trying to get you now to kind of rethink your financial situation and not just jump in and spend something that you have kind of unexpectedly gotten or earned. Now on the 24th of the month, we're going to see Mercury retrograde in your sign, and it's going to be conjunct transit Venus in your sign. So this is about other people's money, resources, or it could also be about goals being brought to you. So like you're getting all the love, all the support, all the attention even. And I think that this is really going to be about you going, okay, now I feel like I have reassessed what I love, what I value, what I want. There could be self-reviews that are going on, focusing on being more loving and really kind of letting the past be in the past. I do think that this is really about affirming what it is that you personally need in relationships. And yeah, I think that's a time, because Venus is connected to other people, that other people can be kind of coming back to you or reaching out to you. It could be friends or people from a community or people wanting to kind of touch base with you. It could be a gathering of friends that's happening, you know, that's like a party or a celebration as well. On the 27th of the month, you're going to see that Saturn is going to station direct in the sign of Pisces, fellow sister water sign, in your 5th house. This Saturn going direct is really about there being now firmer structures, clarity, more discipline when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to self-expression, anything involving children, and also your love life. It does provide a lot of discipline, and also, you know, maybe some of you guys are still working your way through what feels like some blocks in the creativity or joy department. You just want to keep working on that and keep making time for the things that you love. Because it's trining Jupiter, it might mean that classes, learning, teachers, or travel is somehow tied to some of these themes. Now we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mercury goes direct in Scorpio. Yay, Mercury retrograde is over in your sign. I think that for the most part, it will be easier from here on. You're still feeling some of the static until mid-December because we will see a post-retrograde shadow. Mercury still has to go back through Scorpio and then into Sag. But this is going to give you the opportunity to feel like you can communicate more confidently. Maybe you've made decisive decisions about yourself. Maybe you have reevaluated things that you have been afraid to say or kind of reveal. And now you're feeling more confident when it comes to speaking up. On the 29th of the month, you will see Venus in your sign in opposition to Uranus and Taurus. So this is kind of like you going, all right, I'm presenting myself in a new way, or I'm doing something, in a new way. And there could be lots of excitement in relationships, but there can be some instability with Venus conjunct Uranus. That can be separation, needing space, needing independence type of energy. It's about rolling with the punches with these relationship changes. People can suddenly come in and it can be good, and maybe you just feel like you're not ready for it. It can also be a time where you're feeling like you have to put self-love first above some of the instability that's kind of going on in relationships. It's about really, I think, just kind of embracing whatever kind of season you're in relationship land. Now, on the 30th of the month, we will see Venus move into the sign of Sagittarius, and it's going to be in your second house. So now Venus is there, Mars is there. Very strong at the end of the month for Scorpio risings financially. I feel like money will come much easier with, the Sun and Mars and Venus being in this house. There's a sense of feeling more generous, feeling more, supported cosmically with your finances. It can be a little extravagant. There's still a need to kind of balance what's going on with your, spending and your resources. But this is going to be a time where you're indulging a little bit more. Now, your best days are going to be the 6th of November, where you're feeling very magnetic, the 19th of the month, where there is opportunity for renewal, and also the 24th, which is going to be a little bit more harmonious than some of the other days. With the Mercury retrograde in your sign and lots of oppositions to Uranus, it's going to be kind of relationally turbulent. So I think that if this were me, I would watch for the 7th. There could be some power struggles. The 12th, there could be some fiery kind of communication things going on. And the 19th is going to bring up some shocks in relationships and surprises, likely coming from other people. Overall, for Scorpio, this is a month that's really about you. Retrograde in your sign, planets going through your sign. And this is also going to be a time where you're really, kind of like dealing with some of the intensities that are going on with pros like more self-empowerment. You're feeling very insightful about your bonds, and that's going to be countering some of the surprises and tension with other people. You're going to find out that fostering, a sense of having more depth and kind of vulnerability is going to teach you a lot more about like resilience in the long term. So I hope it's a good month for you guys. I know it sounds quite chaotic, just because Mercury is about your mind and it's where you change and transform things through reading or speaking or learning. This is about really reflecting on how you express yourself and like how you think and how you see the world. And like, I think a lot of your values are going to change. So watch, maybe put off some of the bigger appearance changes until December. Anything surgical or anything that's going to require major cosmetic transformations, it's not a good month to be doing that for you guys. Because I feel like you're going to go, I just don't have the funds to invest or, buy or put forth the cash for some of the things that I wanted. But you're going to have way better kind of money flow and like times to do that in December. All right, so let's ask the tarot, what does Scorpio and Scorpio rising, what do they need to know about the month of November 2025? What advice would you give them? The card that I get is the Ace of Wands, which is hysterical because that is Mars energy. It's kind of like, do it now, I think that there are some Scorpio and Scorpio risings with like the Mercury-Mars conjunction that are going to have an opportunity to recoup something or to make money in a quick fashion or bring something in, but you have to really pay attention to the days that those conjunctions are happening. So Ace of Wands is saying that there's going to be a lot more drive, feeling incentivized, feeling willing to get creative, be passionate, go after what you want and initiate new things. And the fire houses for you deal with your career, your money, and your habits. So you're having a retrograde involving Mars in a fire house, And it's kind of going, okay, what are you willing to invest yourself into? You might have to spend a little bit of money to make money. It might also mean that you have to make some concessions, financially for some long-term gains, but you're really focused on what you're hoping to achieve. So I'm really grateful to kind of see the Ace of Wands coming up, because I feel like that can really help you maintain your confidence in what can feel like a retrograde where you can put your foot in your mouth, to be honest with you. So it is a bit rocky, especially for the, obviously for the signs ruled by Mars, and also for the fixed signs this month. So just try to keep your cool. But I think as you're getting later into the month of November, things are actually really going to calm down, and having Venus coming into conjunction with Mercury makes me feel like you're going to have some sense of renewal. Scorpio, I hope it's a good one for you guys. Enjoy your birthday month, and I will see you guys back here in December. What's up, Sag and Sag Rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Obviously, I'm going to talk to you about all things Jupiter, and finally, we have something going on with Jupiter. We actually have a couple of things going on with Jupiter. Jupiter is your chart ruler. It is going to be turning retrograde in Cancer on November 11th in your natal 8th house. This is really about getting more introspective through the retrograde when it comes to changes and transformations. 8th house when it comes to your emotions, your home, and your family, Cancer. It's also about reevaluating other people's money, joint finances, taxes, and inheritance type themes can be coming up here as well. Now, I will be retrograde for some time, clear until the beginning of 2026, so we'll deal with that going direct when we get to it. But this is also, I think, interesting because Jupiter is going to be in a trine with Saturn in your 4th house of home and family. So that's kind of cool. That means that, a lot of the reevaluations, especially financially or emotionally, is going to be about what's changing on the home front or with family. So refinancing mortgages, finally dealing with family, estate related things, inheritance things, making some necessary adjustments emotionally or within the home zone, and your home does feel stable. Mercury will also go retrograde in your sign this month. It will actually start in your sign, Sagittarius, and it's going to retrograde back into Scorpio in the 12th house. If you guys think back to last month when I told you that towards the end of October, that there was going to be this Mercury-Mars action that was going to be kind of happening going into your 1st house, a lot of you guys were going to be feeling anxious, aggressive, combative, that you want to give people a piece of your mind, you want to tell them what's up, or maybe there is some pretty dramatic changes going on in your relationship to yourself or other people. There is a whole month of reviewing that because Mercury will turn retrograde on the 9th of November, and it will head back towards Scorpio in your 8th house. So it's going to seem like it's like a reassessment of everything that's happened over the last month. So you might have deja vu. Because Mercury is going retrograde in your 1st house, you need to be really mindful of how you're expressing yourself, how you're making changes to your health and your appearance, your relationship with clients, as well as partnerships of any kind, be that professional or romantic, and also your communication with people at work. There is a lot of tension revolving around navigating you going through personal changes or needing a little bit more rest and recuperation before you tackle some changes at work or in your relationship life. So pace yourself this month. You can't rush through all of these things. The retrograde is a process. I think some of you guys might be making some impulsive decisions to cut your hair, to change your appearance, to get a tattoo. You might be making some compulsive decisions regarding your love life, creative stuff. You might be feeling more romantic with Mars in your sign too. It just depends on your own chart. So let's start at the beginning of the month. We're going to start first with Mars entering into Sagittarius, where it will come into your sign starting on the 4th of November. So that'll be 6 months of having Mars in your 1st house. Well, Mars deals with creativity, passion, children, self-expression, having fun. It's also your 12th house ruler of the subconscious. So there's going to be this really instinctual drive to be more passionate, be more creative, have fun. It gives you a lot of energy, so you need an outlet for that. I would say working out, dance, anything connecting to physical activity is definitely a good outlet. And it's going to amplify your vitality. So it's good for energy, but it does make you feel a little impatient or a little reckless. And this is about kind of directing that energy into something positive. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see, the 5th of the month, you're going to see a full moon in Taurus in your natal 6th house. So when you have a full moon here, it's completing or concluding themes from earlier in the spring of 2025, where we had a new moon in Taurus, where you were likely saying, I need a healthier routine, I need better habits, I need to focus on my health, I need to get a new job, I need to make some changes with my office. And now that full moon comes in, and it's going to give you kind of an amplification of those themes. So it was putting peak energy on routines, on your habits, on your health. Watch for overworking. You know, you do need rest. I think that's part of this. And I think also with like Venus being the ruler, and I believe it's going to be in your 11th house, this is going to be kind of shining a light on collaborations with friends, or like team building exercises, or where you're working out with friends, or you're making time for, you know, kind of scheduling and social opportunities. On the 6th of November, you're going to see Venus enter into the sign of Scorpio. She's going to dip into your 12th house, where this is like really deepening your subconscious. I think this is about spiritual healing. I also think that this is about possibly, you know, dealing with some secrets or some, you know, intensity in relationships, healing behind the scenes. Some of you guys may benefit from some kind of like spiritual healing or therapy. And this is also a time where you really need to be doing like a lot of like self-care and self-love routines with Venus in the 12th. International traveling can be a theme. It can also be about just feeling a little bit more introspective with Venus being in this house. On November 7th, you're going to see Uranus retrograde back into Taurus, into your 6th house. Now, for my Saggies, you guys have had Uranus in Gemini the last couple of months, so it's been a lot of like sudden changes and fluctuations with relationships. Now it's wanting to go back and totally rework or revolutionize something about your day-to-day schedule or your habits. So likely what you're going to find with this retrograde is that there's some of the same themes that have come up in recent years. Shakeups at work, changes with your schedule, you know, innovations when it comes to your health and habits, health surprises. And I think that this is just about being flexible with how you're navigating your work or your, you know, your health kind of and habits and routines. Now, Venus will be in Scorpio in your 12th house, coming into a square with Pluto and Aquarius in your 3rd. And this square is intense for all of the signs. It is bringing up inner tension and the need to change and transform and communicate differently. I do think that there can be some paranoia that can be coming up in terms of communication and relationships, and it's really asking you to release any of that fear. Whether that's financial fears, relationship fears, you know, just being vulnerable, you know, talking about your emotions. That's definitely a theme with that square. On the 9th of November, you're going to see Mercury turn retrograde in your sign. So once again, we've been in the shadow since the end of October. So if you're watching this at the end of October, we're already in the shadow. So you've probably already noticed this kind of like impulsive, intense, wanting to retreat, not being ready to communicate, not really feeling able to plan, and like kind of needing your space energy. That will then come back. So with Mercury retrograde in your 1st, you're rethinking yourself, right? About how you want to show up at work or out in the world, or who you are in relationships. I think that this is about just refining who you are. Yes, there can be some miscommunications and some confusion. Yes, you need more time to kind of reflect. I would give that to myself and not make any like permanent, definitive decisions about relationship or career at this moment. Now, on the 11th of November, you will see your planetary ruler Jupiter go retrograde. We talked about how it's trine to Saturn in Pisces, and this is about really getting introspective with emotional depths and reevaluating joint finances and feeling like you have more support when it comes to you know, your roots. Maybe you are feeling a little bit more withdrawn, but you're trying to kind of trust the process of what's changing for you financially or on the home front. On the 12th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in your sign, and you got to really pay attention to this because this is where you guys are going to have some issues. Mercury is relationships and it's work, okay? And it's in your sign, and it's retrograde conjunct Mars. So you're actually saying to yourself, something's got to give. I got to cut something or someone off, or, you know, I can't continue with this, you know, professional or business relationship. It's hard for me to stay committed to my job right now, or,
You know, I'm clearly going through some changes where I'm feeling like I maybe need to pull out of certain relationships. All of those things can apply, but you know, I have some concerns with like Venus being in your 12th house and you guys being burnt out and like having some health related issues. So this month, anything that's hot, that has needles, or anything that's got speed or lasers, like all of that stuff I would not be doing. Like laser peels, Botox, cosmetic surgery, tattoos, like I would not be doing these things. Because it looks like you're going to regret it. And it also looks like with Mercury conjunct Mars, it's a time where your fears can be getting the worst of you, I guess the best of you, and bringing out the worst in you and making you feel like you're reacting or you're responding to resisting change. And you might try to do those things, like you might try to change things like externally because of some fears that you're having internally. So for what it's worth, I would just say watch for the fiery thoughts. Yeah, you can be bold, but you can also be like very rash in your communication with other people. And you may feel like you're sick of going back and forth in a relationship or a work situation. And you can have like, you know, a hot meltdown, like a communication meltdown. Watch for fevers, accidents, or anything revolving around, obviously, your hips and thighs. That's Sagittarius. And there can also be a sense of you just like feeling like you need to get up in the morning and like work out all this extra energy. Otherwise, you're feeling like you're going to be kind of like short with people at work or in a relationship. Now, we will see Mercury dip back into Scorpio. It'll go back there on November 18th. And this is where you're now taking more time to rest and review, maybe kind of be alone, reassess things. I do think that, you know, it can provide a lot of insights, particularly through dreams and changes with your sleep schedule. The negative is that it can be bringing up some things that you're afraid of, and it can be really beneficial for you to be like journaling or doing some meditation or even doing like a retreat or something where you're having some time to just reflect. And on the 19th of the month, Mercury in your 12th house will oppose Uranus in your 6th house. And this is a little staticky as well because this does bring up tension between the 6th and the 12th house axis, which is about health and healing. Obviously, you know, you're going to see that this is about inner surprises, intuitive insights, breakthroughs that you're having. Maybe it brings up a little of anxiety about, well, how do I navigate a job situation, or how do I make changes to my health and my habits? But intuitively, I think you're going to feel very guided. And you just need to watch for, breakthroughs and being able to have like better awareness of like what needs to be fixed or reworked. Now, on the 19th of the month, you're going to have a new moon in Scorpio in your 12th house, which is inherently more reflective and kind of spiritual and behind the scenes. This is about new starts when it comes to spirituality. And I think a lot of this is actually going to be about forgiveness. The only thing you want to watch for is isolation, but you definitely do want to commit to starting a new meditation process or taking time to kind of have a spiritual practice here if you can. On the 20th of the month, we're going to have Sun conjunct Mercury in Scorpio in your 12th house. The Sun represents themes revolving around travel or, your belief system, higher education, and obviously Mercury rules your relationships and your career. So you can be feeling like you're phasing something out now, like you're letting something go. If it was like a dream to, complete a higher level of education, maybe you're finishing that. If it's about, traveling to a specific place, maybe you're booking that trip. But there can be some major endings and conclusions and completions about certain relationships happening here as well, and kind of feeling like a little lost in that department. My advice with, Mercury, I guess, going through this particular area of your chart and conjuncting the sun is, pay attention, because it should, subconsciously something should become clarified for you. And this is also about having better self-understanding and just knowing that you're going to feel a little fatigued and you're going to need some rest. Now, the sun in Scorpio on the 21st of November in your 12th house will come into an opposition with Uranus in Taurus. For you guys, this is tension from your inner world to your day-to-day work and routine. Maybe you're feeling like you need to be liberated from the daily grind. Maybe you feel like there's been some disruptions that are kind of coming up, and you're kind of feeling like, okay, like what else is going to change, or what else is going to kind of like get reorganized or reworked. And a lot of things can feel like they're coming to a natural conclusion. I think just having Mercury retrograde in your sign would be enough to feel this, but having planets going through the 12th house at the same time, it's almost like right before your birthday, there is this massive clearing that's going to happen, and it can be very emotional, and you may just need more time to kind of integrate exactly what's changing or what you're kind of facing and what you're letting go of. Now, I think with the 21st, when we see the sun come into Sagittarius, we officially start Sagittarius season. So number one, if you're a November Sagittarius, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. This is renewing your sense of self. Like with the sun on your ascendant, you're feeling more adventurous, you're feeling more independent, you're feeling more capable, you're a little bit more optimistic. The vibes are going to change. And to me, it feels like, there is all eyes on you. You have a lot more energy and you're feeling like you're willing to kind of celebrate. And you're starting to kind of come out of some of the heavier energies that you've been in for the last month or so. Now on the 24th of the month, you are going to see that Mercury will retrograde conjunct Venus in Scorpio. So, Mercury is now in your 12th house of the subconscious. It's conjunct Venus. This is tricky. There could be some secret communications in relationships or some secret relationship happenings. Obviously, Venus is going to be tied to your 11th house of friends and goals, as well as health and habits. Maybe it's a time where you're indulging in going to a spa or going to, be in a hotel, or you're doing something that's travel related. But I'm not too crazy about that conjunction in the 12th house. Some Sag and Sag risings are going to see this as the ending of a relationship cycle. It can be renewal. So there's like a new phase that's coming in that is possible. But I would just watch for that, because there is going to be this sense of you guys kind of going, okay, I need to review my relationships. Am I going to be approaching them with compassion, or, am I just, needing to let this go, and does this need to be in the past? And really it's going to be about healing something in private. On November 27th, you are going to see that there will be a Saturn stationing direct in Pisces in your natal 4th house. Saturn and Neptune are back there. It's still working through emotional home and family or foundational issues. Saturn going direct is going to help strengthen and structure something going on the home front. Responsibilities for home, parenting, property-related matters, fixing homes, that all applies. And if you've been working on some of that stuff, you're going to start to see all of those things start to wrap up and complete. But it is possible that some of you guys may feel like, even though there's stability, there is some sense of limits. And the key here, I think, with Saturn, going direct in your 4th is feeling like you can get organized, or feeling like you can kind of get your emotions in order, or that you can get your home or your family in order. Thankfully, it's going to be trining Jupiter, your chart ruler. So it's very emotional, but it's about restructuring something on the home front. Now we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mercury goes direct. Yay, it's no longer retrograde in your sign. That means that in theory, things are going to stabilize now in terms of your own personal communication. There is much more, I think, of a sense of having kind of like confidence and clarity, and maybe you've worked through some of your fears and now you're ready to kind of communicate and kind of connect better. Mercury still is not in your sign yet. It's going to come back, but the retrograde at that point is done. Now, you're going to see on the 29th of the month also, Venus in Scorpio in your 12th house will oppose Uranus and Taurus in your 6th. So for you guys, subconscious surprises, unexpected changes going on with work or your habits. There can be shocks going on. The key here is just to kind of embrace some of the changes that are kind of coming up for you right now. Try to kind of roll with the punches and be flexible with your schedule. And on the 30th of the month, you're going to see then Venus ingress into your sign, Sagittarius. I can't think of a better way to end the month. Mercury retrograde's done in your sign. Venus comes into your sign. Mars is in your sign. Like, the way that November begins and the way that November ends are two very different things. Makes me feel pretty optimistic about the tail end of this particular month. I think you'll be feeling more social. It's going to boost your charm. It's great for attractiveness, anything that deals with beauty and your appearance. And the key here is just to socialize and connect with other people while Venus is moving through your sign. Now, the best days for you are going to be November the 4th, because it's going to provide much needed vitality. The 11th, because there's going to be a lot of depth and a lot of support coming up for you. And the 21st, which is offering you an opportunity for renewal. However, pretty much, I mean, throughout the month, there's not any one particular day that's going to be better than the other, but throughout the month, there is tension for you and for Scorpio risings. So watch for the 7th, where there's a lot of inner tension, the 9th, where there can be some confusing communication, and the 9th, where there can definitely be some shocks and surprises that's impacting your schedule or your health. Overall, I would say November is really about the self, Sag. It's about you, and it's also about, as you go through the retrogrades and planets in your 12th house, what you're releasing, what you're healing, what you're letting go, and really exploring some of your shadow side. I think you're going to find that there is more of an optimistic shift. You're going to realize how wise you are. This will help you balance out some of the disruptions and misunderstandings and miscommunication in career and also relationships. And you're going to find that with Jupiter retrograde and a retrograde in your sign, this is about expanding. I guess emotional expansion is going to start inwardly. So the changes are starting on the inside, and then it's going to start to reverberate out. And you'll start to really see those changes when planets are actually crossing your ascendant going into December. So with that being said, let's see what the tarot says for you guys. What you guys need to know. What does Sagittarius and Sagittarius need to know for the month of November 2025? What advice can you give them? The card that I get for you is the 6 of Coins. All right, so this is about balancing out, give and take. Very much the Mercury retrograde in your sign. It's like, you know, what you put into relationships is going to be what you get out of them. What you're projecting onto relationships or what people are projecting onto you is going to create some relational kind of dynamics. This feels like that everything gets balanced out by the end of the month. It may feel like it's taking closer to 6 weeks, but I think that this is about give and take and really reevaluating, you know, who or what you want to be in relationship with, whether that is a friend, if that's a romantic partner, if you're feeling like, hey, you're not getting your glass half full, that you're needing other people to kind of be there for you. Mercury does rule, you know, spouses or relationships or partners or I guess not mentors, but like astrologers or tarot readers, therapists even, coaches, and Mercury is about work. Yeah, you guys will have some communication issues with some of these people, but I feel like if you're going and you're asking people to help you be more self-aware and how to better communicate and express what you need, it can create more harmony in the relationship in the professional department. So it's really about making sure you're aligning yourself with people who are not just givers, right? They're also receivers and vice versa. So hopefully that's helpful for you guys. And if it is your birthday this month, I hope it's a good one. Definitely let me know, Sag. I'd love to hear from you guys how this plays out for you throughout the month, what changes kind of happen for you, and make sure you leave me your comments in November so I can see how this, I guess, prediction lines up with your month, okay? See you back here soon in December. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn rising? Welcome to your November 2025 astrological overview for the month ahead. As you know, I'm going to talk to you guys about all things Saturn, and good news is Saturn is going direct this month. It will be stationing direct on November 27th, and this will be happening in your 3rd house on the sign of Pisces. This is really advancing communications for you across the board, and you might even find that it gets even better after the Mercury retrograde going into December. We are also going to see with Saturn going direct in your 3rd house, you're able to communicate better, you're able to complete websites, blogs, studying, short distance trips, working through relational dynamics with neighbors or siblings. And Saturn is actually going to be in a trine with Jupiter in your 7th, so there could be really great relationship communications, planning for long-term kind of romantic relationship themes or anything kind of connecting to relationship even with family. All right, so that seems to be important, and we will see what else is going on. No, that's pretty much it. So the Jupiter-Saturn trine is nice. It's not exact, but it's within about a degree. So communicate with family and with relationships. Travel when you can. I think that's also going to be beneficial in this sign. All right, with that being said, Capricorn, the month kicks off with Mars entering into the sign of Sagittarius. So Mars deals with home and family. It's also about your goals. It's leaving your social zone and going into the 12th house, where there's going to be a lot more introspection this month A lot of planets going into Sagittarius, the sign before you. So this represents the month that you're kind of doing a wrap up and a reevaluation of this last year, and maybe needing a little bit more time to reflect. So Mars here does disrupt sleep. It can bring up nightmares. It can also stir up the subconscious. The positive is that it's really about feeling like a spiritual warrior and having an inner drive. Watch for repressed anger and be mindful that this is a time to kind of heal and release things. Because Mercury deals with your health and it's in the mix too, and Mars is there, you have to watch for fevers, headaches, injuries, burns, anything revolving around like healing something that can come up for you this month. 12th house is hidden spaces, private places, healing studios, or anything connecting to hospitals or anything of that nature. So it's not unusual during these transits that sometimes those themes do come up. It's all about releasing things in the 12th house though. Now on November 5th, you're going to have a full moon in Taurus in your 5th house of children, romance, creativity, and self-expression. So it's bringing a highlight, obviously, to these topics. For many of you guys, this is where you're going to see peak creativity. I think it can bring you lots of joy. It can also bring an opportunity for there to be some drama, especially in romantic relationships or involving children. I think the key here is really just to express yourself as best as you can. And I think that there's an opportunity for showing off your creative skills at work, as Venus, the ruler, will be in the 10th house. And it can also represent some big changes revolving around parenting or if you're self-employed, your own personal kind of creative projects. Now on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Venus then enter into Scorpio. So she will go into your social zone in the 11th house. Which is deepening your connection and your friendships with other people. It can mean that you're realizing that certain friends are very loyal and you're very devoted to them, but there could also be some jealousy going on in the friendship department. The key here is to connect with powerful people and focus on networking opportunities that can increase your income and your flow. And on the 7th of November, you're going to see Uranus retrograding back into Taurus. So Uranus comes back into your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, dating, and kids. It is still in a fellow, Earth sign. So if you happen to have later degrees Capricorn and Capricorn rising, it's still trining you. Really, with Uranus going back into your 5th house, it's going to create some shakeups and unexpected kind of themes revolving around hobbies or romance. There could be flings, but there can also be instability in relationships. You want to keep any relational dealings kind of light. And there can be unexpected changes revolving around what brings you joy or children. Then you're going to see on the November 7th time period, Venus in Scorpio in your 11th house is squaring Pluto in your 1st house of money and finances. So this possibly brings up some group tension affecting values. It's about changes and transformations in your alliances, and it can also be about recognizing where there are some power struggles going on with like group dynamics and money or goals. And so you really want to kind of be diplomatic when it comes to dealing with any joint funding or kind of joint financial matters. There can be some changes in your relationships with other people as well, which can impact or affect your feelings of security or self-worth. Then there will be a Mercury retrograde starting in Sagittarius on the 9th. So Mercury is connecting to travel, international travel, your belief system, your higher mind, health, and also habits. So with Mercury retrograde in your 12th, usually your sleep cycle changes a little bit. You can have some really prominent dreams. There can also sometimes be nightmares with Mercury and Mars in your 12th house. The other thing that I would be watching for with this 12th house transit is that it's about rethinking something or something subconscious like coming into your conscious mind. So it's great for healing, but you want to watch for like paranoia, and it's a really good time to confide in other people and to kind of get into better health habits. They could be, mind, body, or spirit. Certainly Mercury dealing with health and travel means like there's some kind of negotiations that are being made to adjustments with your work schedule so you can travel, you're going back somewhere, you're making like plans to go somewhere, and like there could be some hiccups with some of these plans because the retrograde does bring a delay. Now we're going to see on the, on the 11th of the month, Jupiter will turn retrograde in your opposite sign Cancer in your 7th house of relationships. So now there is a sense of turning within, reevaluating or reassessing relationships as they're connected to your 7th house. This also means that there can be like a sense of, with the trine to Saturn, introspective kind of periods in a relationship. It's supported by better communication. I do think that this is about communicating wisely in relationships and slowing down and really reevaluating whether you're moving or if you're traveling or any plans that you have with another person. But having Saturn, your chart ruler, in a trine to Jupiter in your 7th house is very fortuitous for bettering your relationships. So I think it can be very good for some Capricorn risings for meeting people, especially if you're traveling or if you're like taking a course, you're learning something. We're going to see then on the 12th of the month, Mercury will retrograde conjunct Mars in Sagittarius. This is a time that you have to watch your health. This is also a time where you may be having to suddenly, make changes, or there's disruptions to your sleep schedule or to your travel schedule. Fiery inner thoughts. I mean, I think this is about releasing what you're afraid of. I had Mercury and Mars in my 12th house recently, and it did manifest as nightmares. So hopefully not for you guys. Burning a little sage or some incense before you go to bed or having a nighttime routine can actually be really helpful. I love the idea of you guys going to spas or using like infrared saunas or some kind of heat therapy, because that can be really helpful during this transit as well. And journaling can be really great for self-reflection. On the 18th of the month, you're going to see Mercury then retrograde back into Scorpio. So it's going to come out of the 12th house kind of cave into the 11th house where you can kind of socialize and thrive. Reconnecting with friends and with groups, reassessing. Maybe you feel disconnected with some friendships. Maybe you're letting some people go. Maybe you're reconnecting with people you haven't seen in a while. But I think that it can actually be a time where you could be quite social if you guys choose to get out and about. And on the 19th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your 11th house oppose Uranus in Taurus in your 5th. So this is interesting because this brings up for a lot of you guys like social surprises, surprise parties, surprise gatherings, run-ins. There could be new ideas, but it could also feel like it's a little chaotic trying to kind of navigate, stuff that's going on with your friends versus, what brings you joy and like what hobbies you want to participate in. So there can be a little bit of strife with the oppositions. But I think that it's more likely to be exciting things that are going to be coming up for you guys than anything else. All right, on the 19th, we have a new moon in Scorpio, where you guys can focus on wish fulfillment, setting goals, focusing on your aspirations. The Scorpio moon feels like there's a bit of uncertainty in the air, but if you're focusing on setting intentions and collaborating with other people, especially in ways that are going to help you feel like you're getting out of your shell, I think this can be really good for a lot of my Capricorn risings. So collaborate if you can here. And then on the 20th, the sun will come into conjunction with Mercury retrograde in Scorpio. And that means that there is a big change or transformation to your financial goals or with a friendship. I look at this and I go, well, all right, obviously the Sun-Mercury conjunction is going to help clarify something in regards to your networks or who your friends are, and it provides some insights. But you may feel a little just like burnt out with having to talk to other people or being involved with stuff socially. And there can be, some kind of tension that's going on in a friendship dynamic. Then on the 21st, you're going to see the sun in Scorpio in the 11th house opposing Uranus in Taurus in the 5th. For you guys, this is going to be basically bringing up like tension in groups. There can be conflict. You have to kind of innovate and find ways to kind of meet in the middle to make everybody kind of feel happy and find the balance socially between what makes you happy. And then the sun will go into Sagittarius in your 12th house, and that'll happen on the 21st. When that happens, this is, giving you now the opportunity to be more introspective through the 12th house, to rest more. Some of you guys might feel like it's a little lonely, or maybe there is a sense of like conflicts that are coming up, but I feel like if you can take time to really reevaluate and reassess and kind of go, okay, I need to recharge, it can be a lot easier for you. So give yourself a little bit more downtime, obviously around the second half of November. Now on the 24th of the month, Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus. So if there's been some friendship spats or some issues with people socially, This is the time where you can smooth that over. There could be better kind of harmonious group dynamics. And this could be a day where you figure out who your alliances are and you've made peace with the past and you're forgiving people for things that they've done or for things that have kind of happened in terms of like, you know, kind of squabbles or issues with friends. And there could be a reconnection with a friend that you haven't seen in a while. On the 27th, we talked about Saturn going direct in Pisces, and that's kind of concluding the retrograde in the sign. It's now going to move forward into Aries next year, and it's going to be there to stay for a couple of years. So you've got a couple of months to finish up your third house kind of Saturn themes. Those themes are going to be directly connecting to how you think, how you communicate. There will be better clarity in your thinking process. Maybe there is some rigidity that's still coming up, but you're really learning how to speak and how to communicate in a way that is a little bit more sensitive or emotional. And also there could be some relational dynamics like with, you know, siblings or extended family members that are coming up now that Saturn is direct as well. We have got on the 29th, Mercury will then station direct in Scorpio in your 11th house of networks, friends, and goals. This means the Mercury retrograde's over and maybe you're feeling more inclined to kind of socialize, connect, get out there with people. This also feels like there is a sense of momentum that's really kind of building and, you know, this focus on who you're connecting with, who you're networking with, who your friends are, going out and doing things. Sometimes when planets go direct, there is a pretty significant change. So there could be some scheduling changes that's, you know, connecting to work or health that's impacting your social life or your ability to commit to certain social, you know, kind of plans. So this is a time to really start taking action now when it comes to your social connections. And then on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Scorpio in your 11th, opposing Uranus and Taurus in your 5th. So this is a little spicy. You know, oppositions are relational, so there could be friendship surprises going on, which could be good. There could be excitement, sure, but there could also be a lot of instability with your social connections and also romantic partnerships or dating. This is about embracing it, embracing and expecting the unexpected and kind of keeping an open mind to kind of see where the universe is going to intervene and maybe bring you, you know, new opportunities in love or socially. And, you know, just know that, you know, whenever you're dealing with oppositions to Uranus, anything goes. Venus represents work and career. So it could be some networking opportunities that come through friends or like a connection that may offer you the opportunity to make some segues in your professional life. Then we are going to see Venus enter into the sign of Sagittarius. This will be happening at the end of the month on the 29th of November, where Venus is going to dip into your 12th house of seclusion, spirituality, and healing. So this transit really soothes out, I think, any of like the relational issues that you have had earlier in the month. I also feel like this is really great for compassion. Watch for escapism tendencies here. This is a good time to be reflecting on what's kind of completing or concluding, especially work-wise or when it comes to your love life. Can be a time of potential international travel with some of these planets in your 12th house as well. All right, so with that being said, I think your guys' best days are actually going to be on the 11th of November because you're going to have better kind of like relational support. Also the 19th where there's opportunities for new goals to come in for you. And I also like the 27th because communication really starts to improve in your chart. However, the most challenging days are going to be the 7th of the month where you're going to see some group tension that's going to happen. The 12th where there is definitely some kind of resentment or frustrations or anger that you're kind of working through. And then on the 19th when there's likely going to be some unexpected surprises socially or involving children. So the month in a nutshell for you guys, obviously we have got, you know, all month long, a lot of trines and aspects to Saturn and Saturn coming online. I like that. Predominantly, this is about communication really kind of improving and your goals now becoming structured and that's somehow kind of connected to your friends or your social connections. I think you'll see, obviously, opportunities for better bonds and clarity when it comes to relationships and communication. Watch for some of the more introspective periods. It is a good time to take a step back and really kind of retreat and rest so you're not burning yourself out. Because your ambition is really going to thrive on like patience. A lot of it's going to be about patience that's kind of coming up for you in November. All right, Capricorn, I am curious to see what the cards have to say for you. We are going to take a look at and ask the tarot, what does Capricorn need to know for November of 2025? The card that I get for you is the Knight of Swords. It's funny that Saturn's like getting ready to go direct and you've been like, I've been waiting to say this thing, I'm going to say it. And then there's a retrograde in your 12th. So you may find that the communication is actually better when Mercury is back in Scorpio later in the month, or even going into like December. Because, you know, Mercury is going to be coming back into a trine with Saturn. We're also going to see Venus that'll be trining Saturn. There's going to be some nice aspects that you're actually going to see from the 11th house to the 3rd. And maybe you're getting feedback from friends. Maybe you're just asking people their opinion. Maybe you're focusing on your goals before you make any big announcements or changes. Nights can be associated with movement, travel, or messages, things coming in swiftly or quickly. Aquarius, Geminis, and also Libras can play a role in this, but it could also just you being like, or feeling like, okay, I want to get ahead of the curve and I want to be more active, or I want to be leading the charge, or having some kind of new initiative to connect and collaborate with other people. And a lot of that's, I think, going to be like, you know, not just with friends socially, but also surrounding yourself with people who are going to make you feel more successful. So you feel motivated, right? The Knight of Swords for me is about feeling motivated to connect, communicate, and learn. So watch for those opportunities and any messages revolving around travel, transportation, moving, or relocation. That can also be tied to Saturn going direct in your 3rd house of Pisces. Capricorn, I hope it's a good month for you guys. You'll definitely have to let me know what happens. I'll catch you back here in December as we start Capricorn season. I'll see you guys then. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you because there are things going on with both of your rulers this month. So as you know, your traditional ruler is Saturn. Saturn will actually be stationing direct in the sign of Pisces in your 2nd house, stabilizing money, stabilizing anything in regards to self-esteem, values, and security. We will also see a really nice trine happening from Jupiter in Cancer to Saturn, which is meaning you're going to be investing more of your time, energy, and resources into stabilizing your day-to-day routine, health, and habits. Now, another aspect that we're going to want to watch, and there will be several of them, is going to be the fact that there is going to be some oppositions to Uranus, which will be retrograding back into the sign of Taurus. So your modern day ruler is now moving back into your 4th house of home. Over the next several months, it's going to be wrapping up anything revolving around sudden changes, shocks and surprises, moves, changes on the home front. And there will be oppositions to that throughout the month in the sign of Scorpio. So there's going to be this feeling of having to kind of balance and go back and forth between what changes are happening at work and what changes are happening emotionally, internally, or on the home front, and they impact each other. So definitely listen up when you hear anything about Saturn or anything about Uranus for the month ahead. Now, we start off on November 4th when Mars moves into the sign of Sagittarius. Recent weeks, it's been in your 10th house of work and career. Honestly, you're probably feeling a little exhausted with some of the work stuff that's going on. Now you get a little bit of a reprieve as Mars goes into your 11th house, paving the way for the next 6 weeks or so for you to have more of a focus on your ambitions, maybe even, you know, focusing on group energy, socializing, parties. And there can be more action in your social life. And this is really about you kind of being more of a leader or being more involved when it comes to your friends and your allies. Now, Mars is connected to your 3rd house of communication. It's also connected to your 10th house of work. So there's a lot of like community work projects, a lot of things connecting also to having to give presentations and having to work with teams and going back and forth in regard to like leadership stuff at work. So watch for that, but I do think that just watch for a little bit of like the rebelliousness that can be kind of coming up also in certain professional or social kind of relationship groups. This is about being a leader. On the November 5th date, we're going to see a full moon in Taurus where there will be a full moon in your 4th house of home and family matters. Think back to the intentions you set about 6 months ago when it comes to your home and family situation in spring of 2025. Now we have a new moon. Now we have a full moon that's bringing that new moon to a conclusion or a completion. So in the 4th house, you're going to see peaks revolving around your home, property, and also your stability, your security. The only challenge is that this can bring changes. So sometimes when you have like a full moon in the 4th house, it's like, oh, I'm going to be moving, or we're buying, or we're selling, or, I'm going to be relocating, which some of those things may be coming up anyway, because you guys are going to see Uranus go back into your 4th house. So you might be noticing that there's definitely some changes happening in your kind of inner home zone. I think that this is really just bringing your attention to, needing to embrace some of the changes, maybe being open to, being a little bit more nurturing and paying attention to what's going on emotionally. On the 6th of the month, we are going to see Venus enter into Scorpio, where it will now enter into your 10th house of career and reputation. This really is good for professional relationships. It helps you charm your, relationships with people out in the world. You get more recognition. Yes, it can bring some intensity, but I think if you can really focus on networking and collaborating with other people, it can actually be quite beneficial for you in the long run. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see Uranus retrograde back into Taurus. So now it's going back into your 4th house where it's going to kind of shake up, modernize, maybe disrupt things on the home front. And it can be you too, because you are Uranus. So it could mean that you changed your mind about a home or a family or a living situation. I do think that for many of you guys, this is about being more innovative with what's going on your home and family plans, and it will be here for a couple of months before it finally moves back into Gemini next year. On the 7th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Scorpio square Pluto in Aquarius, so it is challenging, Pluto in your sign, especially if you're like a 0 to about 2 degree Aquarius, the moon rising. On one hand, it could mean that you're just getting a lot of recognition and people are really recognizing and seeing how much you're changing and transforming, and like you're kind of in the spotlight. I could also see this as a situation where, you're almost feeling like, okay, there is this pressure and there is a lot of power going on in reputation versus who you really are in your core. So you have to put on one kind of face at work, and then you're somebody else kind of like when you're alone, and you feel like, man, this is creating some conflict where I feel like I need to either change something about myself or I need to change something about my career. Yes, there can be conflicts. I think the key here is just be authentic, be yourself, try to focus on harmonizing with people at work, and try not to let people feel threatened by you with Pluto in your sign. On the 9th of the month, you're going to see Mercury station retrograde in Sagittarius in your 11th house. And this is a time where, you're rethinking your friend groups, reconnecting with people you haven't seen in a while. There is a reassessment of your goals and your dreams. Maybe you feel like certain friends are kind of drifting apart and like you're not connecting with them as well. Or maybe you're feeling like there's less responses to things that are going on socially. While other Aquarius risings are going to feel like they're reconnecting with friends they haven't seen in a while, and they're realizing who their true people are. My advice is because Mercury is always going to be about change when it's connected to your 8th house and also your 5th, that it's going to be finding ways to kind of like reconnect with people in social situations, but less one-on-one. And just don't overdo your social schedule, and watch for potential miscommunications with friends. On the 11th of the month, Jupiter will station retrograde in Cancer. This will be taking place in your natal 6th house. And obviously we talked about the trine to Saturn. So it's about structuring, your money, your finances, and your routine through expansion in your health and your day-to-day. Jupiter retrograde is having you reevaluate your health goals, your work goals, your office goals, your relationships with people at work as well. So I do think that there is something kind of here revolving around, maybe being more introspective when it comes to your routines or your health or your habits. This is supported by, changes to your finances, your values, or your self-esteem. We also can find that this is a time where, there's a lot of health wisdom coming in. Maybe you're kind of reevaluating how you're tackling or handling a health-related matter, and you're trying to make adjustments in your schedule. On the 12th of the month, Mercury will go retrograde in conjunction with Mars in Sagittarius, and this will be in your natal 11th house. Fiery group talks, being assertive in a group dynamic, giving presentations, but this can also be where there is like an argument at a meeting or an argument among friends. What you want to focus on is trying to kind of like moderate that and like not allow the conversation to get out of hand. There can be also a sense of you, trying to kind of push a friend to be more involved in something, or to kind of like, join you in a group dynamic or a situation. Just be mindful of like misunderstandings and miscommunications. Because of the retrograde and Mercury, Mars makes us a little bit more feisty in how we communicate with some of these people. Then Mercury will retrograde back into Scorpio on November 18th, and it'll go into your natal 10th house again, retracing some of the spaces that it's been in since October, where there's been a lot of reevaluations and adjustments at work. For Mercury to go retrograde from your 11th to your 10th tells me that there has to be something that changes about your career goals, and you have to be willing to think about either changing jobs, changing positions, going back to an old job, finding ways to kind of like appeal to a boss in a different way. So when it goes back into the 10th house, you're reviewing your career, which is positive if you're refining it, but it can bring delays for launches, new jobs, new titles. And I think this is a time to like go and, update your LinkedIn profile. It's a good time to update your resume. It's a good time to like check in with people you've worked with in the past, especially like old coworkers who are friends. But you guys, this is not a good time to be like launching new businesses. Mercury retrograde in your 10th house, if you're going to do that, ideally it has already been launched in October, or you're going to have to wait until the retrograde's over, at least towards the end of November, beginning of December, when Mercury is coming back into a trine with Saturn. So don't try to rush to make any big permanent job decisions. Try to be flexible this month with that retrograde in your 10th. Then on the 19th, while Mercury is retrograde in your 10th house, it's going to oppose Uranus, bringing some kind of stress, because changes with work is going to promote changes that are going to impact you emotionally or your family or your home base. Things like changing work, changing where you live, or changing where you live, trying to find a job, where you're having to kind of really prioritize what's going on professionally and the stress and the pressure this brings for you emotionally or with your family. So professional surprises, I think innovative ideas, there can be this feeling of like, you're trying to navigate what's going on with things at work, but emotionally or things at home can feel like a little chaotic. The theme here is really to just try to adapt, because there's going to be a lot of oppositions all month. Now, on the 19th of November, there will be a new moon in Scorpio in your 10th house of career and profession, where you can plant new seeds when it comes to starting a new job, launching a new business, anything revolving around new professional goals for the next 6 months. This is positive for new starts, but remember that there is still a Mercury retrograde here, so we don't want to start quite yet. And whenever we have a new moon in Scorpio, it can still be pretty intense. It looks like you're going to need a lot of support from like-minded friends and other people who can kind of help support you. Because Mars is going to be the ruler, and it's going to be hanging out in your 11th. So it's going to be about how you can kind of start networking to kind of grow or advance in your professional life. Now on the 20th, we're going to see the Sun conjunct Mercury. This is really significant because it's going to be about like some kind of dramatic change to your career or your status. You might quit a job, start a new job. We might find that a boss steps down or they quit. Or there is some redirection that's kind of going on in your professional life, as the Sun rules relationships and Mercury is going to be about money and also creative projects. Watch for new ideas that can kind of come up, like epiphanies about work, really important conversations, but still, this can, even though it can give you insights, there can be lots of like feeling exhausted, going back and forth with work stuff. And I would say it's a time to really take the information that you receive into consideration and then plan. On the 21st of the month, the Sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus, which means that you're kind of at odds between what is needed of you at work and what is needed of you at home, and that can be bringing up some relational squabbles or strife. I think that the positive is that some of the tension in your career is really pushing you to be more innovative, and yeah, it creates instability, but it's teaching you how to find balance in one of these two houses. And then the Sun will ingress into Sagittarius on November 21st, and it will go into your 11th house, where it's much more social, it's adventurous, it's much more fun.
There is a sense of focusing on friendships and like your community and wanting to join or initiate or plan some kind of group collaborations. If you're single and you're trying to get out there and meet people because the sun rules your 7th house, this is the time to go to parties and gatherings and get together. Somebody might introduce you to someone. It could also be a time where your goals revolving around relationships may change as well. And then on the 24th, Mercury will retrograde conjunct Venus in your 8th house. And Venus is going to deal with home and family. It's also going to be tied to your travel and your beliefs. And so like after all of the retrograde in your 10th, after all of the oppositions in your 4th, now Venus will meet with the sun. So it can mean that if you have changed something about your business partners, your relationship, your career, you are finding something that you are probably enjoying better, or things are kind of going a little bit smoother by this point in the month. So there is going to be an opportunity for having better, career reviews. I think that things go more in your favor professionally. You're letting go of the past, and you're more willing to kind of work together and negotiate with other people. Now, on the 29th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury will station direct in Scorpio. So the Mercury retrograde is over on the 29th. So from then on, it's going to be better to kind of like communicate stuff at work and work through some of like the challenges and the communication issues. It's still in shadow, so you're still going to see some of the stuff kind of shaking out until the better part of like mid-December. But this is a better time now where you're like, okay, now I can resume some of my work stuff, or I can have more kind of momentum or have better clarity in regards to navigating some of the challenges that have come up. Maybe you're ready to be pitching projects or be launching websites and things like that. It will only improve from the 29th of November on. Also on the 29th, Venus in Scorpio opposes Uranus in Taurus. So Venus in the 10th house is opposing Uranus, where Venus is very strong here, but obviously, Venus is also the dispositor of Uranus. So the opposition is saying you could feel like there's a lot of really great things happening career-wise, but you're like, oh my God, my family life is chaotic, or we're moving again, or there's something going on with my parents. It's like you're really just trying to juggle all of those things. It's only, it's I think the most intense for the fixed signs. So if you have anything that's going to be either in, I would say 25 to 29 degrees of Aquarius, it is a little bit more intense for you guys because of that Uranus opposition and square. But you will get through it. You'll be fine. I think the retrograde here is to kind of help you realize what direction you need to be going in and what needs to change professionally to kind of adjust to what's happening for you emotionally. Let's see what else. And then we're going to see, Venus will ingress into Sagittarius. That is going to be happening on the 30th. She will go into your 11th house, which is better for socializing, parties, fun, groups, great for alliances. Time to mingle, get out there and mix and mingle. And I don't know if I said this one, but on the 29th, Venus in Scorpio, and the 10th will oppose Uranus too. There's just so many oppositions to Uranus. So still more shocks, surprises, career changes, but I think it's going to be beneficial for you professionally. All right, so with that being said, obviously, there is a lot of having to balance things out this month. So even though there are specific days that are going to be better than other ones, I do think that you're going to see some tension on and off throughout the month between home and work. Better days, I think, are going to be the 11th of November, where I think you're going to get a little bit more routine support. The 19th, which could be good for some kind of restarts in your career. And then 27th, where I think there's going to be better kind of stability that's going on in your finances and your money department. For challenging days, the 7th is kind of challenging when it comes to your personal power. The 12th, I think there could be some arguments and stuff, so it's not the best day for like parties or gatherings or any kind of like professional projects or pitches. And the 19th likely is going to throw you for a little bit of a loop, either in regards to career or family stuff. So there could be some kind of plot twist that can happen, so you have to stay flexible on that day if there are any shocks. All in all, November for you, Aquarius, is a month that's about major focus on your values. Your ambitions and your goals are up for reevaluation. I think positives like the transformative opportunities happening in your career, and obviously a lot of stable gains that are going on now with Saturn awake in your money house, it can help you navigate some of the disruptions and some of the tension that's happening at home or with certain friends.
I think for you guys that the key here is just to recognize and realize that your uniqueness is actually really what's going to kind of help you empower. There can be a lot of unifying with other people that can take place this month as well. So it's going to be kind of like you going, okay, how can I kind of bring the troops and get everybody working together and not feel like you're the odd man out. All right, so let's take a look. Let's ask the tarot, what does Aquarius need to know for the month of November? What advice can you give Aquarius and Aquarius risings? The card that I got for you is the Ten of Cups. Interesting. Such a great card. All in all, I'm pretty thrilled to see some of the cards that I've seen for some of the signs, because November is not an easy month. I mean, fulfillment, happily ever after, getting everything you want. I mean, everything being good on the home front. Look at that. So cute. I really feel like when I've experienced these oppositions, when I've had Uranus in opposition to my Scorpio sun, I was like, something's got to give. Something has to die so something else can be reborn. And so for many of you guys, you might go, yeah, I have to pivot, or I have to make a necessary career adjustment, or I have to make a necessary kind of change with my relationship to a parent, or even to my home. But even though these these decisions feel very scary, I think all in all, you're making the biggest, best decision that's going to support your emotional foundation. That's going to make you feel safe. That's going to bring you richness and support in other ways. And you have to kind of give something or transform something up in order to kind of have that peace. So likely with the Ten of Cups, it's saying like it's really trying to bring you more stability and harmony when it comes to your home and your family. So if there is family stuff going on with that full moon, right? If there is some tension or some changes going on or some things happening with extended relatives, or you got to fly back home, or you got to deal with a property matter, so be it. Work will be there. And part of the retrograde is about kind of appealing to them, being like, look, you know what? I want to be here. I want to be a part of this, but also I have other things that I have to kind of deal with on a personal level. So watch for that and know that it's going to bring you a lot better, I think, emotional harmony by the end of the month. All right, Aquarius, let me know what happens. I will catch you here in the month of December. Good luck. What's up, Pisces and Pisces risings? Welcome to your November 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to talk to you about what you've got going on for the month ahead. Obviously, there is a lot of things that are happening in November, but I actually think that Pisces and Pisces risings are going to navigate this pretty damn well. You've got Jupiter that is, direct at the beginning of the month, and you're going to see it does turn retrograde around November the 11th. This is your traditional ruler retrograding, becoming more introspective about dating, relationships, and creativity. However, it is trine Saturn in your sign. So if you are more committed to your dreams, if you're better about your boundaries, if you're more assertive about what you love and what you want, you can bring in more joy, more love, and also more fun. Neptune is still retrograde in Pisces. It's back in Pisces now. And Saturn and Neptune are retrograde at the beginning of the month, and then Saturn will go direct later in the month. Trying to get more stability, commitment, and kind of like clarity in regards to Neptune's kind of fog. So paying attention to your health and your habits is really important. These planets are going to be here until the beginning of 2026, wrapping up some cycles revolving around your own personal identity, your limits, and your boundaries, okay? Something else to think about is that, we've got a retrograde that's going to be happening in Sagittarius. That's in a sign that squares you. So you'll like it when all these energies are in Scorpio, because it's going to trine Saturn and Neptune, and it's also trining Jupiter. But once these planets start kind of heading into Sagittarius, and we start seeing some, conjunctions or some squares, it will be putting the pressure on you. So there's a lot that's kind of getting reworked or changed about your beliefs, your career, your professional life this month. Now, the month kicks off on November 4th when Mars enters into the sign of Sagittarius. It'll leave your 9th house and go into your 10th house, which is all about your career, your identity out in the world, your professional life, and your visibility. This brings more drive to your professional life and your career. You're feeling ambitious. You're also feeling like maybe there's some clashes that can happen with superiors or people in the workplace. Try to be assertive and try to communicate and kind of teach other people as you go. I think that can be a great way to kind of navigate this transit.
This is also about being more assertive when it comes to making money and feeling like more productive at work. On the 5th of the month, you're going to see a full moon that's going to happen in the sign of Taurus in your 3rd house. A full moon here is kind of culminating and completing intentions that you set earlier in the spring of this year. This is about peak ideas. So like a full moon in the 3rd house is a great time to make changes revolving around travel and vehicles, contracts, anything revolving around short distance trips and learning. So I think that some of you guys may be traveling or focusing on traveling, or there is an emphasis on communication or contractual matters, completing blogs, websites, that kind of stuff as well. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Venus enter into the sign of Scorpio in your 9th. Venus is tied to communication and travel. She's also very much associated with joint finances, and Venus in the 9th could be long distance relationships, indulging in education, or anything revolving around travel. This is also about deepening your beliefs, so you may be feeling very inspired this month with this transit. Watch for dogmatic beliefs revolving around relationships, and the key here is to really kind of explore and indulge a little bit more in things that make you think. Now on the 7th of the month, Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus, which means it's going to return back to your 3rd house of connection and communication. It'll be here for several months' time. You know, likely this is going to create some major shakeups in regards to your communication and the way that, you write or think. You might see that there can be some new kind of sharp and creative ideas, but this can also be very distracting, and you can be feeling like it's hard for you to focus. And there could also be some anxiety stuff that's coming up that's like impacting your sleep. Now, Venus will continue to move through Scorpio, and on the 7th of the month, she is going to come into a square with Pluto and Aquarius. So for you guys, this is bringing up 12th house themes. So, tensions in regards to travel, tensions in regards to your belief system, transforming things that are hidden or subconscious, releasing or letting something go. These are all the themes. And then on the 9th of the month, you're going to see Mercury starts its retrograde in Sagittarius in your career house. And Mercury is tied to relationships and home or family or the past. So some of you guys will change jobs, quit jobs, go back to old jobs, start rethinking about when you want to relaunch something, or maybe you're planning a launch that will come later in the year. I do think that a Mercury, retrograde here is about rethinking your reputation, maybe refining something. So like changing your resume, changing your LinkedIn, taking new headshots. But there can be this feeling of being kind of mixed up or some changes going on with work, and Mercury will retrograde back into Scorpio down the line. Now, we will see on the 7th of the month, Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus. I think I said that already. Okay, so retrograde back into Taurus, Venus square Pluto, Mercury stations retrograde in your 10th. And then on the 11th, we will see Jupiter station retrograde in Cancer. So that's important as Jupiter rules your chart. Now you're reevaluating or reassessing romance, creative projects, love, self-expression. It's very much tied to the retrograde as well, so it can be about some big creative overhauls in terms of your career, or things involving parenting or self-employment. I look at this and I'm like, well, there could be some changes with dating and your relationships as well. Maybe you're feeling a little bit blocked creatively, but the key here is to continue to create and play, and that you're actually going to find that there is going to be more creative depth, especially because it's trining Saturn in your sign. So if you're really dedicated and committed to a dream that you have, you just have to keep working on it through this retrograde. On the 12th, you will see Mercury retrograde in Sag conjunct Mars. You got to watch for this. This is where you can say things, you can do things, you can make some impulsive purchases or investments or commitments when it comes to your career. And remember that it's retrograde. So fiery professional talks, you're feeling very bold, but there could be rash decisions. And this is a day that you want to pause and really think anything through before you make any serious commitments about changes with your career or arguments with a boss. Mercury will then retrograde back into Scorpio in your 9th house on the 18th of November. And this is easier to navigate because maybe you're traveling and getting out of town for work. Maybe you are taking a break from work. Maybe you're considering going back to school or reviewing your studies. It's good for insight. It does cause delay. So you are one of the signs that's going to possibly have, especially if you're in education or if you're in publishing or teaching or traveling or legal matters, you could have some delays at work. But also, if you're trying to book a trip, go somewhere, take time off, like try to book those things before, obviously, the beginning of November, ideally before the 9th of November. Otherwise, a Mercury retrograde in your 9th house will create delayed flights, missing luggage. It can be harder getting refunds on accommodations. So double and triple check anything you have booked. Make sure you have insurance for flights and anything revolving around international travel. Know that a Mercury retrograde can bring surprises in the way that you see the world, and some breakthroughs here as well, but definitely some delays. Now, Mercury will oppose Uranus and Taurus, so this could also be some like communication issues, some technical glitches that could cause issues with travel. This is on the 19th, belief surprises, and also some confusion in communication can be happening here. Then we have a new moon on November 19th in Scorpio in your 9th house, which is really great for setting new intentions revolving around traveling in the future. This is also new adventure, expansion, maybe a little bit of uncertainty. This would be a better time to start planning travel if you are planning on going anywhere in end of November or December on. You can do that. And I think that also this might be really good for like advertising routines revolving around new businesses and some type of work matter. On the 20th, we're going to see the Sun conjunct Mercury in the 9th. And this is a time where you're really becoming clear about your personal philosophy. You have more clarity about a trip and also a better understanding. We can feel a little exhausted with this conjunction, and for you, you might be feeling like you're really burnt out with your schedule, or you're really burnt out with trying to get work done, meeting deadlines. I do think for some of you guys that, there can be a sense of kind of feeling like, all right, what is it that I'm missing, or what is it that I need to know about the Mercury retrograde, and that you get your answer that day. It's a great study day if you guys need to be doing some studying or some research. Now, we will see on the 21st of the month, Sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus and Taurus. So the Sun in the 9th opposing Uranus in your 3rd. This brings tension in communications, debate, needing to be kind of flexible because likely there could be some communication or travel disruptions, issues with gadgets or transportation. We need to be adaptable on this day. Then on the 21st, the Sun enters into Sagittarius for the next several weeks, highlighting your career zone and anything to do with your reputation, putting the spotlight on you professionally. There's a lot more visibility now. Maybe you feel that there's more pressure, but I think it's giving you the opportunity to get organized and really shine at work. And then Mercury will retrograde conjunct Venus in your 9th. Well, Mercury rules relationships and the past. Venus can bring in some unexpected connection, communication with somebody while you're traveling or while they're traveling, or somebody from afar. I look at this and think that there is a possibility that there's going to be better relational kind of connections, better relationship reviews. Maybe you're feeling more inspired. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more indecisive about education or travel. The key here is to keep exploring and having conversations about the future. Then Saturn is going to station direct in Pisces on the 27th, and it looks like that's going to be around 25 degrees. So if you have anything 24, 25, 26 degrees, pay attention. Saturn's waking up in your sign. This tells me that there is this sense of really focusing on, okay, what have I built for myself? What are my boundaries? What are my goals? How have I matured and kind of grown up? For some, Saturn direct can feel kind of heavy. For others, you're really kind of committing to yourself and what the future means for you and your career, as Saturn's tied to your 11th. Then we're going to see Mercury station direct in Scorpio on November 29th. So the Mercury retrograde is over, where it's been impacting your relationships at work or your relationship status or your kind of public reputation. So communication should get better on the work front, and this is also a time where you're going to feel like you can have more momentum at work. There's been less communication issues maybe. I think that there's still some shadows, so there can still be some things up in the air,
up until about mid-December, where you're still working out the kinks of changing jobs or shifting directions with your career path, or, you know, taking time off of work before you kind of go back for some reason. And then you're going to have on the 29th, Venus in Scorpio opposes Uranus in Taurus. So it'll be in your 9th house. That's opposing Uranus in your 3rd. This is about surprising conversations, surprising things you're learning, excitement involving travel or education. There can be some instability. I would say just kind of embrace conversations with an open mind and like stay open to, you know, what you talk about or what you learn. And on the 30th, Venus will then enter into Sagittarius, which is bringing a little bit more sense of charm to your public reputation and also in a public setting. People will favor you more. You'll get, you know, more flattery. You'll get more attention. It's also going to be stronger for networking and having strengthened kind of financial, you know, growth that can come from your relationship with people professionally. More clients, more people who want to kind of buy and sell and work with you, and relationship harmony, at least professionally, can start to kind of improve now. Now, then you're going to have your best days. I think are going to be happening on the 11th of the month, where you're going to have more creative support. Then we have the 20th of the month, where there's going to be, I think, better beliefs and kind of clarity and communication. And the 27th, where you're going to see how strong you are and what you've been able to endure all month long, really all year long with Saturn going direct. But the challenging days, you're going to see some tension with other people on the 7th. There could be some major professional conflict or kind of feistiness going on with a boss or with a superior on the 12th. And the 19th is likely going to bring shocking conversations and surprises, changes with travel or with communication. So all in all, I think for my Pisces and my Pisces risings, you know, this is a month where, you know, Jupiter going retrograde, you have to reevaluate your creativity, your romance, and what makes you happy. Saturn coming back online in aspect to this is definitely going to make you feel more committed to yourself, more mature. There's lots of room for like inspirational starts and mature gains. That's countering some of the disruptions and the heaviness that can be happening in a professional sense. I think this is about maintaining your imagination, and if you can, then you're going to have obviously some kind of much necessary and long kind of coming success. So with that being said, for my Pisces and my Pisces risings, let's ask the tarot what the predictions are for you for the month ahead and what you need to be aware of. All right, so what does Pisces and Pisces risings need to know in November? The card that I got for you is the Nine of Swords. I was going to say no whammies, no whammies. Everybody got great cards. The Nine of Swords is about stress and anxiety, right? And I know that in recent months, you guys have been kind of going through it. You're still coming off of the eclipses that we've had in September. Obviously, November is a new month, but now we have got a major kind of switch up or change up happening in your professional life. And I don't know if it's that your relationship status is changing. Maybe there is a change going on with a business partner. Maybe it means that you're, you know, a boss is stepping down, you have more responsibility. But the Nine of Swords is about having stress and anxiety over things that you cannot control. And I would say, you know, obviously when that card comes up, there can be lost sleep, or there can be stress, or there can be worry, but it's generally over things that you can't change. The only thing you can change is Jupiter, because you're Jupiter and it's retrograde. So even that means you're reevaluating and reassessing, you know, what's going to bring you happiness, but you're trying to stay committed to your long-term goals so you can't give up. Retrograde shouldn't be feared. Sometimes they kind of clean out the closet or the fridge or anything else that we need to kind of clean out and organize. So if you've been not thrilled about where you've been working for some time, this retrograde might just finally, you know, get you out of a situation and help you make like a segue into a new position. If you've been wanting to break away from a professional relationship or even a marriage or a committed partnership, this retrograde could provide you with the opportunity to do that. So rather than dreading the inevitable, embrace it. And while that stuff is kind of changing, you might find that it's shifting the way that you look at your beliefs about life. It might also give you a reprieve where you can travel, or you can do some healing work, or you can kind of be on your own to kind of like reassess things as you're getting out of your usual work or kind of like home or relationship routine. So traveling can actually be very therapeutic, very good for the soul this month. And I would say don't sweat the small stuff. Don't take on things that you don't have control over. Try to focus on releasing. That is the theme of Scorpio season. Yes, things end, but things end and they fertilize what can be potential new beginnings. Pisces, I hope it's a good one for you guys. Definitely let me know what materializes, what happens. Do you go back to work? Is there a job change? Is there a relationship change? Definitely let me know. And I hope you guys do well with having Saturn and Neptune back in your sign. Just a few short months, and then you guys are going to be, well, new and improved. So with that being said, guys, thank you so much for watching my channel, for liking, commenting, sharing, and subscribing. Please give me a thumbs up and like this video, and consider sharing with other astro-minded friends. Definitely leave me your comments below. Come back throughout the month in November. Tell me how these things kind of materialize for you. Make sure you're subscribed so you can catch those other videos. We do new moons, full moon reports, retrograde reports, astro weather on Sundays, live videos on Fridays. Definitely consider joining my memberships, and stay tuned so that way you guys can see my brand new tarot deck, The Sword and the Rose, that's coming out in November. Links below to my website to sign up for all of the November announcements for my Black Friday and Cyber Monday specials. With that being said, have a great November. I'll catch you guys back here in December, and you guys take care. I'll see you soon.